tiger, clouded leopard, and a small leopard cat. The committee deliberated over this property last year, noting particular concern over the expansion of an existing road going through the property, the construction of a dam on the property's boundary, encroachment from neighboring communities, cattle grazing within the property, and other management issues. In recent months, the World Heritage Center and IUCN received reports confirmed by the state party of a rapid increase in aggressive illegal logging activities, with a 33-year-old park warden shot and killed by illegal loggers on March 13th this year. The World Heritage Center's Rapid Response Facility approved an emergency grant to help park wardens better prepare for these new challenges in May this year. The 16th Conference of the Parties of the CITES Convention decided to include Siamese rosewood in its Appendix 2, thereby subjecting trade to strict regulations. It's hoped that this will help the State Party of Thailand and other states parties involved in successfully curbed the trade in and illegal logging of Siamese rosewood. Since the State of Conservation report was dispatched to the committee, the State Party has informed the World Heritage Center of measures to ensure that the Huai Samong Dam reservoir would be under management of the park authorities, responding to concerns expressed in the State of Conservation report. Given the numerous serious conservation issues raised by the committee in previous decisions, and given that the State Party has not yet adequately addressed several of these, as indicated in the State of Conservation report, the World Heritage Center and IUCN recommend that a reactive monitoring mission be invited to the property and that a report be made on the results of that mission at the 2014 committee meeting. Mr. Chairman, the IUCN would like to add a few further comments.
Thank you. With your permission, Mr. Chair, IUCN would like to just augment the comments, the introductory comments and remarks by the Centre. A reactive monitoring mission visited the property in 2012 to assess the threats noted by the World Heritage Centre. The 2012 mission made specific recommendations to the State Party to help address these threats, particularly the road expansion, encroachment, illegal grazing and mitigating the impacts from the Huai Samong Dam. The mission recommended a time frame of 2 years for the implementation of its recommendations, and IUCN recalls that at its 36th session the committee requested consideration of another mission in the event that the State Party could not demonstrate sufficient progress. New information submitted by the State Party on the 5th and 12th of June, together with updated advice from the State Party at this committee session, is encouraging. However, more detailed information is needed to clarify progress. Therefore, IUCN recommends that the committee requests the State Party to invite an IUCN reactive monitoring mission to the property to assess the progress achieved with the implementation of both the requests of the committee and the recommendations of the previous mission. The mission will provide an opportunity for IUCN to work further with the State Party on the various conservation issues affecting the site and to make an informed recommendation concerning the property's inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now I invite the committee members to express their comments. India.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think this, the project and the processes represent a great example of cooperation and goodwill between the advisory body, in this case the World Heritage Center, and the State Party. I don't imagine that we need to spend too much time on this. I believe, and that India has proposed some amendments which I would put in the non-substantive category. With your permission, Honorable Chair, I would like the amendments or the amended text to come on the screen and request the IUCN and, if necessary, the World Heritage Center to react. And if it is all right, I think we can move ahead and proceed. Thank you, Chair.
Any more comments? Can you put up the what the Ambassador of India requested, please.
من زنگ زدم شماره‌مو دادم جان. خب 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 خب
May I take a floor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So we received an amendment from India with number 8. Please, can you go on the draft decision, paragraph 8? So these are slight changes. Also notes instead of increasing concern. And then, can you go down? Can you please go until the end of decision? Okay. So we have just this change from India in paragraph 8, which we integrated already into the draft decision. Thank you very much.
Are there any more comments? Shall we continue with the adoption? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. IUCN at this committee session have had very productive discussions with the state party and understand that upon the flooded area related to the dam, that upon completion that area will be handed back to the Department of National Parks. Some of that concern regarding indirect impacts, increased access for poachers, etc., will certainly be addressed by that measure. So IUCN are comfortable with the proposed amendment to the draft decision. Thank you.
Okay. Shall I invite you to adopt the draft decision? Where is it? So I declare decision 37-7B15 to be adopted. There are no objections? Adopt. Let's move to the next one. Mr. Paltry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next site is the site of Halong Bay in Vietnam. I had the pleasure of assisting an IUCN event at lunchtime where the IUCN projects in this property were highlighted. The World Heritage Center and IUCN note that the aesthetic values of the property are linked to the limestone islands rising from the sea and present a picturesque, unspoilt nature. These are central to the justification of the property's inscription under Criteria 7. They are concerned that these values are being undermined by excessive and uncontrolled tourism activities as well as by water pollution from nutrient loading and solid and organic waste emanating from coastal activities and from floating villages and agricultural activities within the property. Along with the continued pressure from population growth and tourism, these issues represent an ongoing risk to the property, requiring constant vigilance and a coordinated management response. The World Heritage Center and IUCN therefore recommend that the committee request the state party to invite an IUCN reactive monitoring mission to the property to assist the state party with the design of an action plan for the implementation of an integrated management approach. Such an action plan should be framed within the methodology of the Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit developed by the Center and IUCN and inform the management effectiveness evaluation that the state party intends to undertake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No comments? And I invite the committee members to express any comments. Then there's no comments. The reporter, please.
No, Mr. Chair, we didn't receive any comments or amendments. Thank you.
Since there's no comments, I invite to adopt the draft decision number 37-7B16. Decision adopted. Mr. Paltry. I now invite Mr. Patrick to read the list of the natural properties inscribed in the list of World Heritage in danger located in the Asia-Pacific region for adoption without discussion.
Yes, the list of the properties for which we propose adoption without discussion in the Asia-Pacific region include Macquarie Island in Australia and 3 parallel rivers in China. Thank you.
Then we can adopt the decision of 37-7B11 and 37-7B12. Adopted.
Now we move to the next region.
Start. And I invite you. Yes. Now I invite Mr. Guy Debonet from the World Heritage Center to present the reports on the state of conservation of the natural properties located in Europe and North America region and open for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As it was announced today that Pirin National Park and Grossmorne National Park are no longer necessary to be discussed, the first property would then be the volcanoes of Kamchatka in the Russian Federation. The World Heritage Center has no new information on this property. We understand that it was requested to be opened by India, and so the Center and IUCN are ready to respond to any questions from India. Thank you.
Any comments?
Chair, I think that it would be very helpful to have the resolution placed, and
Yes.
then we can take a view.
You have the floor, Ambassador of India.
Thank you, Chair. We have noted that despite a committee decision taken 2, maybe 3 years ago that you would ordinarily give 2 years, possibly and preferably more, to state parties to respond to concerns, to state of conservation reports. In this case, we have unfortunately the position where the state party is being asked to respond within the remaining months of 2013. To us, that's a problem because if you notice, the threats to the property are from adjacent areas. The threats are complex. This is a large area which is, let me say, difficult to access. And I'm not sure that we would get very much value from this by insisting on 2014. It goes against the spirit and the letter of the committee's own recommendations. It goes against the let me say, the threat perceptions, and it goes against the ability of the state party, which I understand they're willing to do, to respond to these issues. So may I suggest that the state party be requested to submit to the World Heritage Center by the date of February 2015. I'm not sure that we have enough time to do it right now. Thank you, Chair.
Any more comments? I see no more comments. I give you the floor to the Secretary and Advisory Board.
Mr. Chairperson, IUCN notes that while the state party has confirmed that there are no plans to develop hydropower stations inside the property, the state party report mentions that the construction of a hydropower station on the Županova River is still envisaged. IUCN notes that this is a key wintering area for wild reindeer, which population is in decline, and therefore consider that the construction could have potential impact on the outstanding universal value of the property. IUCN therefore considers this issue should be followed up closely, and for this reason recommended that the committee request the state party submit the report for consideration at the next 38th session of the World Heritage Committee. Thank you.
Any more comments? India?
I think, Honorable Chair, I think we need the state party to respond because my understanding is it's firstly outside of the area. Secondly, there could be potential areas even further. Thirdly, the decision is as yet an envisaged decision. It's not a decision that has been taken. So I think we need to understand from the state party precisely what is the position and what is it that is being addressed by them. Thank you.
Russian Federation has any comments on it?
Относительно возможности истории с ГЭС. В границах объекта наследия на Камчатке гидростроительство не будет по определению. Что же касается идей, связанных со строительством гидроэлектростанции на Жупаново-реке, то при любых обстоятельствах с российской стороны будет мониторинг этого вопроса, будет проведена оценка возможностных воздействий на природные комплексы, и материалы этой оценки, этого ОВОСа будут своевременно представлены в соответствующие структуры комитета.
Is India satisfied with the response?
I'm satisfied with the response of the Russian Federation. It makes clearer to me that any action taken even beyond would be evaluated, impact assessed, and submitted. So I think we could take it to 2015. But Chair, I do have an issue that ordinarily I would assume that a hydropower station, unless it's run of the river, which is unlikely, might actually better the conditions for avian life over there. But that apart, I think we could take it to 2015 and probably get better and more comprehensive reporting, including the impact assessments, the potential impact assessments. So I would suggest that we take it forward to 2015. Thank you, Chair.
With that amendment, can we adopt the decision? Then the adopted decision, 37-7B21. Yeah? 37-7B21. Back to Mr. Debonair. The next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the next site is the Lake Baikal in the also in the Russian Federation. On this site, the World Heritage Center received additional information in a letter from the Ministry of Natural Resources, which we received on June the 3rd. The State Party explains that as part of the economic modernization plan for the single industry town of Baikalsk and the Sludyanska district of the Irkutsk region, it is planned to close down the Baikal pulp and paper mill and rehabilitate and clean up the site, and to develop alternative industries in the district, in particular through the establishment of a tourism and recreation special zone. The letter outlines a 3-year time frame for the closure of the mill and gives a brief outline of actions to be taken as part of the closure plan, including the measures foreseen to address the industrial legacy of the plant. The World Heritage Center and IUCN are therefore proposing a revised draft decision which was circulated in the room and which takes into account this new and additional information. The World Heritage Center and IUCN note, however, the numerous other urgent conservation issues related to this property, such as the possible plans of the government of Mongolia to construct a dam on the main tributary of the Selenga River, one of the rivers flowing into the property, the existing license for the mining of the Kolodinoskoye deposit, the ongoing and planned developments in the Baikal Harbor and Gate of Baikal special economic zones, changes to federal legislation that permit development of tourism infrastructure in the Bargunsky Strict Nature Reserve, Biosphere Polygon, and reported changes in the regulations in the Baikalo-Lensky Strict Nature Reserve. They therefore recommend to maintain the request to the State Party to submit a report on these issues for consideration by the next session. Thank you.
Any comments? Then we go to the adoption of the decision 37-7B22 Ref. Adopt the decision. Mr. Debonair, next.
Yes, thank you. The next site is the Western Caucasus in the Russian Federation. Also in this site, we received additional information which was included in the same letter we received on June the 3rd. In this letter, the State Party notes that it considers that certain areas included in the property do not contribute to its OUV and could be excluded from the property to allow the planned development of a ski resort. It confirms its intention to submit a request for a significant boundary modification by 1st of February 2014. The World Heritage Center and IUCN reiterate that the boundary modification must be justified and based only on the property's OUV and its inherent characteristics, and that such modification cannot be justified based on compensating for an area taken out by adding other areas. They further point out that the impact on the OUV of the proposed changes needs to be demonstrated on the basis of reliable scientific data and assessments. They consider therefore that this issue needs to be followed up closely by the World Heritage Committee. They also recall that the mission noted several other urgent threats to the property, including the continuing expansion of the Biosphere Center with the development of infrastructure such as ski lifts, plans to develop a lift to access the Biosphere Center and to upgrade one of the existing roads to Babuk Ol or Lugnana Poljana. The State Party did not provide information on these issues in its report. Therefore, the World Heritage Center and IUCN recommend that the committee requests to the State Party to submit a report on these issues to the next session. Thank you.
Any comments from the members of the committee? We now go to the reporter.
Thank you, Chair. We received from South Africa amendments we integrated already in the draft decision, so we would like to put it on the screen, please. Paragraph 3. Concern, so it's not utmost concern. Then paragraph 4, please. Paragraph I'm suggested to read the changes so you have a time to see them. So, paragraph 4, though the State Party reiterates its commitments not to develop permanent capital infrastructure projects within the property boundaries, World Heritage Committee considers that the installation of permanent capital tourism and skiing facilities on the Lagunaki Plateau, including Mount Fish and Oshten, would seriously affect the outstanding universal value of the property and would constitute a case for inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger in line with paragraph 180 of the operational guidelines and its previous sessions. Now please go on little a. Just one word, special protected area in line 3, then a little b, instead of ensure that no areas of high biodiversity and key to OUV of the property are included within the components of the biosphere polygon of the Caucasus Strict Nature Reserve, which might be used for construction of recreational infrastructure, and that no activities are permitted within the polygon which are contrary to the property's integrity. Number C, we don't have any amendments. Number D, it is deleted. New D. Ensure that the potential impact of any proposed permanent capital infrastructure upgrading inside the property on its OUV are carefully assessed, and that an environmental impact assessment is sent to the World Heritage Center for review by the advisory bodies before the decision is taken in accordance with paragraph 172 of the operational guidelines. Then little e. We don't have changes F, so the old F is changes into F. Little g, old H is changed into G. We have adopt the certificates of the nature monuments included in the property to ensure all lodging, including sanitary cutting, construction of roads, overpasses, power lines, and other communication infrastructure, are not allowed, and the construction of other permanent capital infrastructure for recreational use is prohibited. New H, halt all construction and or extension of buildings and facilities in the upper Mzimta Valley within the property boundaries and upgrade the legal protection status in this area. number 6, number 7, we don't have any amendments for them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any comments from the members of the committee? Germany?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. These were indeed a lot of changes at once, and to be honest, I would prefer to see them printed and then go through them paragraph by paragraph. But I would have a number of questions to better understand the changes, and the first one relates to what is meant with permanent capital infrastructure. And we need to get a clarification on what is capital or what is not capital, and I assume that there might be infrastructure which is not permanent but still affects the impact, it has an impact on the OUV. So we need some clarification, maybe both from the State Party and from IUCN on this issue. And in one of the last paragraphs, there was an amendment which had some locality, some geographic relation to where in the boundary of some valley was added. Maybe you can go up. And we need clarification whether all that, whether the center and IUCN with phrasing this sentence meant the whole valley, or is the whole valley in the property or not? So can we get some clarification on this? But we would have to go paragraph by paragraph because it's a lot of changes at all.
Can IUCN clarify the issue?
Perhaps just before trying to respond, the language of permanent capital is not our language, so it might be helpful if if I understand it's South Africa's language, that they might address the question of what the intent is of those words, because that would help us to better understand the language. And I suppose I would endorse the view is that we're also seeing this for the first time on the screens at the back of the room, that in terms of having a discussion about it, it could be productive to see the whole decision on a blue form, and that way we could understand the whole shape of the document and better respond. And I suspect States parties in evaluating it might feel the same. But we might first request some clarifications on the amendment and what's intended, and then we could advise accordingly, Chair. Thank you.
Can South Africa clarify this, please?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, our understanding is that there have been previous discussion around this issue as well. And in terms of the permanent capital infrastructure, we'd ask our Russian colleagues to clarify exactly what's meant in that instance. Our understanding is that it's infrastructure that would not be permanent, would not affect the OUV.
Can our friends from Russia clarify the question?
Так можно говорить? Российская Федерация, хотел бы уточнить. Объекты капитальной и некапитальной инфраструктуры – это понятия, существующие в российском законодательстве, и нам крайне важно, чтобы у нас было единое понимание. Что такое объекты капитальной инфраструктуры? Это большие здания и сооружения, на фундаменте поставленные, которые нельзя переместить с места на место. В реальной жизни это речь идет о больших зданиях, больших домах, инфраструктуре горнолыжного спорта, подъемники и так далее, линии электропередач, дороги, газопроводы. Это все объекты капитального строительства. Но у инфраструктуры туризма, конечно, могут быть объекты некапитального строительства, которые, наверное, можно найти на любых объектах наследия в мире, где идет познавательный туризм. Оборудованная и экскурсионная экологическая тропа, туалетная кабинка, скамейки, на которых могут присесть, отдохнуть путник. Это все тоже объекты инфраструктуры, но это не объекты капитального строительства, и, конечно, не они оказывают существенное влияние, даже не существенное на объект наследия, а, конечно, угрозу реальную создают капитальное строительство, дороги, крупные здания, горнолыжная инфраструктура и так далее.
Is Germany satisfied with the answer?
If we can hear IUCN on this, and maybe I'm not sure whether we need that extra words, because what kind of infrastructure we are talking. I think we are not talking about a small rest point in the park, but are we talking about hotels? I'm still not very sure. Maybe IUCN can also comment on what they have heard about the definition. Thank you.
IUCN.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Basically, our vocabulary is based on the impact of infrastructure development to biodiversity, and in this particular case to OUV of the OUV of the particular site. And I would like to acknowledge this explanation of the Russian colleague. And I do understand that there are there's particular explanation in the Russian law on what does it mean. But from an IUCN point of view, for us would be the most important thing is to see what kind of impact that infrastructure development could have, and then we can determine whether or not basically it is appropriate or inappropriate. As explained, it may look like it will not have that huge impact. Still, we would like to see basically an kind of project development, case by case, what kind of impact it can have. Thank you.
India.
Thank you, Chairperson. In our country, we understand pretty well and clearly what is meant by capital, and it's really a function of capital and revenue, meaning capital is expenditure. These are budgetary, accounting, legislative classifications. I think they are important for the countries where the legislation makes these categorizations. I don't think this is necessarily a question of the type of infrastructure. So to me, that is something internal to the Russian Federation. The second part of it, and I think we should keep this in mind when we deal with countries like Russia, is just the sheer scale and size. I mean, even for a country like India, for us it is difficult to fathom, difficult to imagine the kind of scale that you're talking about. You're talking about the Western Caucasus, which is a very large area. Now, inevitably, these are not going to be large open-air museums. We have this problem in the cultural sector, where, of course, from time to time we try and make these kind of museum collections. But actually, and UNESCO has been a pioneer in this, in developing biosphere reserves, in ensuring that people, including the people who live there, have access to facilities, to infrastructure, and are not denied the fruits of development and living. So to me, if I bring that together, of course there are uncertainties, and I'll come to that. The proposed capital infrastructure is a legislative, accounting, budgetary definition. And I think we should respect the country on that. Different countries have different nomenclatures, different terminologies. That is not an issue. Now, the issue which is in there is really of the kind of impact of any kind of infrastructure, especially on the OUV. The limitation, and that's the last point, which is within the property boundaries. Of course it is within the property boundaries. In fact, something like a property of this scale and size, to go outside the property would be something that would be exceptional, would be something that we would take on at with a great deal of thought and cogitation. Now, so therefore, I would suggest that we accept the state party's commitment, which it is making, not to develop permanent capital infrastructure projects within the property boundaries. That's really what the Russian Federation is saying. Secondly, the biosphere polygon of the Caucasus, which may be used for recreational infrastructure. My understanding of the use of biosphere, and it is really Germany which has probably taken this much further as a concept. To me, the Brandenburg Biosphere Reserve and others are models of what can be done, and I think we should look at those, and I think we should accept it if there is another country, especially a country as large as Russia, which is taking on similar concepts. Now, I'm sorry, did I hear music? I did. So let me stop that, and it's almost Indian, the music. It is, I noticed.
I suggest that we can look at paragraph by paragraph and try to adopt it each one.
Estonia wants the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't look to my left. Estonia wants the floor first.
Thank you for the floor. We would just like to remind that the original decision to inscribe this property to the World Heritage List was largely based on its undisturbed character and inaccessibility. So we think it's the core value of this property, and any infrastructure would influence it and must be surely assessed. So maybe this is a bit dangerous way to express like it's in the draft decision now. Thank you.
Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On aimerait, comme l'a demandé déjà l'Allemagne, d'avoir la décision par écrit pour pouvoir lire plus facilement tous les amendements qui sont nombreux et pouvoir en discuter. Merci.
Okay, then instead of doing it paragraph by paragraph, we're going to print it and give it to you, and we'll continue going to the next site, and we'll come back to this later. So, Mr. Devanel, let's continue to the next one, please.
Thank you. The next one normally was Comi Forest, but I've been told that there is an amendment that is still in the translation, so it is suggested that we go to Altai first. If you, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So also on this, so the Golden Mountains of Altai is the next site. Also on this site we received new information very recently on June the 9th. The World Heritage Center received a letter from the Ministry of Natural Resources providing some additional information on the pipeline project, the gas pipeline project. The letter notes that as of April 30th, the design works on the Altai pipeline have been suspended and that no further funding is foreseen for the period 2014-2015. The letter notes that on March 22nd, 2013, Russia concluded with the People's Republic of China a memorandum of understanding to develop a pipeline following a route via the Far East. And therefore, for the moment, no further works on the route via Altai is expected. On the issue of the new decree, the letter noted that while it makes it possible to construct linear objects like roads and pipelines, the decree does require an environmental impact assessment to be undertaken. The World Heritage Center and IUCN note that in the letter the state party did not provide the assurance which was requested by the committee in previous decisions that the construction of the Altai pipeline through the property is abandoned, but only noted that for the moment the project will not be pursued. They also remain concerned about the new decree, as it clearly allows the possible construction of linear objects inside the Ukok Plateau, which is one of the components of the property, while before the regulations of this nature park did not allow such constructions. Given the information received by the World Heritage Center and IUCN, we are proposing a revised draft decision which was distributed in the room, and which recommends that the state party provides more information on the state of conservation of this site in 2015, as clearly with the fact that the works have been suspended for 2014-2015, there is no urgency in requesting a report for 2014 as we had originally proposed. Thank you.
Any comments from the committee members? France?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il serait peut-être utile d'avoir quelques précisions complémentaires de la part de la Fédération de Russie. Merci.
The Russian Federation, please.
Хотелось бы пояснить в первую очередь по вопросу того решения, которое вы ссылаетесь, которое якобы дает возможность, разрешает строительство через территорию природного парка «Зона покоя УКОК». Действительно, правительство Республики Алтай, то есть это региональный орган власти, в чьем ведении и управлении находится этот природный парк, действительно приняло решение, внеся изменения в порядок управления территорией, предусмотрев возможность прокладки газопровода через эту территорию. Но дело в том, что это решение юридически ничтожно. Оно принято вопреки требованиям федерального закона. Федеральный закон в этом плане гласит, что изменение режима природных парков регионального значения, любых природных парков регионального значения, может быть региональными властями сделано исключительно по согласованию с соответствующим федеральным органом власти. Этим федеральным органом власти в России является Министерство природных ресурсов и экологии. Правительство Республики Алтай, принимая это решение, нарушило два момента. Во-первых, они сначала приняли решение, а во-вторых, потом направили материал на согласование. Второе. Министерство официально отказало им в согласовании этого документа. Документ таким образом был принят с нарушением федерального закона, значит, в соответствии с законами России он юридически ничтожен. Его даже не имеет смысла ни изменять, ни опротестовывать, он не имеет силы, он не может применяться, и правоохранительные органы, прокуратура не позволит ему применяться.
Is France satisfied with the clarification? Any other comments? We go to the reporter for the decision.
On n'a pas eu des changements qu'on a reçus sur le texte proposé de réviser. Donc, on pourrait passer à l'adoption de la décision. Merci.
We're going to adopt then decision 37-7B25 ref. We adopt the decision. Mr. Devanek.
So I don't know if I can go back to committee then. So, committee would be the last one for Europe, so should I read the other sites not to be discussed then? Yes. So apart from the two decisions that are open, which is the Caucasus decision and the Komi decision, which has not yet been discussed, the sites that are therefore from Europe, natural sites from Europe, proposed for adoption without discussion are the following. The Pirin National Park in Bulgaria, decision 37-7B17. The Gros Morne National Park in Canada, decision 37-7B18. Scandola and the Gulf of Porto in France, decision 37-7B19. Piton, Cirque and Rempart of Réunion Island, France, decision 37-7B20. The primeval beech forests of the Carpathians and the ancient beech forests of Germany, a serial site between Slovakia, Ukraine and Germany, decision 37,7B26. The Doñana National Park in Spain, decision 37,7B27. The Giant Causeway in the United Kingdom, decision 37,7B28, and that's the last one. So these are the decisions that are proposed for adoption without further discussion, Mr. Chair.
Can we adopt all these decisions? Then we adopt those decisions on the list. Thank you.
So if I understand well, we go back to the Virgin Commiforest then. So Virgin Commiforests also in the Russian Federation. The World Heritage Center and IUCN note that the State Party report confirms that gold mining works continue within the 19.9 square kilometer Chuknoe gold mining concession, and that a number of permits and plans have been issued in relation to the gold minerals mining license, which expires in 2029. They reiterate that maps submitted with the nomination clearly show that the location of the gold mine is well within the boundaries of the property as inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1995. In a letter received on June the 3rd, the State Party notes that it is preparing a proposal for a significant boundary modification to propose to exclude the area where the gold mine is operating from the property and to add other areas valuable for conservation. And it also reports that it intends to submit this proposal for a boundary modification by the 1st of February 2014. The World Heritage Center and IUCN reiterate their position that the ongoing mining in the property and the removal of the legal protection status of part of its territory constitute an ascertained danger to the property's outstanding universal value, in line with paragraph 180 of the operational guidelines, and therefore reiterate their recommendation that the site be inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. IUCN and the World Heritage Center take note of the intention of the State Party to propose a significant boundary modification, but consider that the impact of such a proposal on the OUV will need to be assessed carefully. They note that mining operations are already being undertaken and that the mine is under construction, before even a proposal for the boundary modification has been submitted, and without waiting for an approval of the World Heritage Committee. They recommend that the committee reiterates its request to the State Party to halt the work on the gold mine within the property and revoke the mining license and reverse the unilateral boundary modification which was made to the Yugitva National Park, pending a further decision of the World Heritage Committee on a boundary modification proposal which they intend to submit. The draft decision 37,7B24 is in document 7B on page 54 of the English and page 58 of the French version, and IUCN has for the moment no further comment on this.
Any comments from the committee? India?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to get some facts together. This property is a very large property. It's a very large site. I mean, could I ask the State Party, how large is large? I mean, how large is this? Are we talking of millions of square kilometers? And if we are, the gold mining is 19.9 square kilometers. So that's my first request for clarification, because I don't understand. I mean, secondly, is it feasible to stop this? I understand that the boundary modification is really to take away this gold mining. And if that is the case, then why are we proposing all kinds of actions now? Because the boundary modification, I presume, would take care of the issues that are before us. So I'm a little confused, and maybe we could ask the State Party to confirm or not confirm or clarify this.
Germany has some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for ICN and the World Heritage Center for that presentation. If I understand correctly, what has been presented to us is that this gold mine, which is not a plan but being constructed at the moment, is within the property, not somewhere at the outmost edge, but somewhere within the property, and that it is maybe not operating, but it's being built. I see some nodding there, okay. This is for me, and we have been discussing this case in earlier years, a clear threat, it's a clear problem. The mine is under construction, and if I look into the operational guidelines, a boundary modification is to enhance OUV of the property. It's not to take out the threats. So when considering a boundary modification, it should be for the best of the property and for enhancing the OUV. And here I see, and it's not the sole reason we take out whatever might cause a problem. This is not the way we are thinking about OUV, and I think you framed it in a good way, and it's framed very well within the decision what is the aim of a boundary modification. And as a committee member, we would like to see that be respected for each and every boundary modification which has been brought forward. Thank you.
Serbia has some comments, and then Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2.5 hours ago, we have presented the amendments to the draft resolution, and I would like the members to be informed about that. The reason we proposed these changes on the draft decision on virgin common forests are there actually in the recent information received from the state party on the preparation of new nomination for significant modification of the boundaries in accordance with paragraph 165 of the operational guidelines. According to the Russian Federation, the error was made in 1995 in the description of the boundaries of the property virgin common forests when small gold deposit areas were included into the Yugudva National Park. This error has to be corrected without damaging the conservation of the unique virgin common forests. New nomination, which is now being prepared by the state parties, aim at solving the problem. The whole territory of the property is about 4.2 million hectares. The total disputed area is 9,000 hectares, or 0.2%. It is essential that the new nomination will include 200,000 hectares of unique virgin forests. Also, it will allow state parties to include other areas in World Heritage property with significant surface in order to mitigate the gold mining activities. According to the Russian Federation, the preparation of new nomination is in the final stage. With the participation of all stakeholders involved, federal government, government of Komi Republic, 3 municipalities and owners of a number of large forest areas, the new boundary have been preliminarily delimited. The most challenging and complicated part of the projects has already been finalized. B, at this stage, a huge package of documents is being prepared in accordance with the Russian legislation, meaning land surveys, land ownership, public hearings, and ecological assessments. In order to prepare this process in an adequate way and to include relevant stakeholders in the process, we strongly believe that the state party will need more time to be able to use integrative approach. We believe that the Russian Federation should be given the opportunity to finalize this work by February 1st, 2014. In this regard, we suggest the discussion on the state of conservation of the virgin common forest should be postponed until a 38th committee session in 2014. Thank you.
Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous prenons acte de cette décision de la Russie de faire un changement des limites, un changement majeur. Nous le saluons aussi, nous saluons tous les travaux qui nous ont été décrits par notre collègue de la Serbie. Ça, c'est sûrement une action très utile, mais on la jugera justement comme c'est écrit et comme c'est possible l'année prochaine, quand on verra la nomination, le dossier de nomination. Il faudrait, comme notre collègue allemande a dit, séparer ces deux discussions. En ce moment, on discute du site du bien de Komi, comme il est en ce moment, et il y a une analyse qui dit qu'il y a des dangers sur la valeur universelle exceptionnelle qui est la forêt. C'est l'exploitation aurifère, mais aussi le fait qu'il y a une déforestation qui est visible. On peut parler aussi de déforestation et pas que d'activités minières. Voilà, donc je soutiens l'Allemagne dans ce point.
Estonia.
Thank you for the floor. Germany very clearly expressed also our opinion. We cannot close our eyes that there is an active gold mine within the property right now, and when doing so, we just, in a way, accept it. Thank you.
Colombia has the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Nuestra delegación también respalda plenamente los comentarios de las delegaciones de Alemania y Suiza. Muchas gracias.
India.
Thank you, Chair. I had asked for some clarifications, and I got them from a party other than the state party. I mean, the clarification was that 4.2 million hectares, I mean, to me it's too many hectares to count, and 19.9 square kilometers. I'm not very clear. Could we get the Russian Federation to please tell us? Because Germany has spoken about mining, Switzerland has spoken about forests. What are we talking about? Thank you, Chair.
Russia, can you clarify some of these questions?
Да, мы постараемся прояснить и начну с опасений относительно, как было сказано, активной золотодобычи. Я хочу ответственно сказать, что на месторождении Чудное никакой добычи промышленной золота, вообще никакой добычи золота сегодня и вчера, и в течение последнего никакого времени не осуществлялось. Были геологоразведочные работы, но добычи золота не ведется. Это вот чтобы развеять опасения от того, как сегодня эта добыча влияет. Второе. В связи с поднятыми вопросами относительно площадей и размеров этой территории. Действительно, вся территория объекта наследия, девственные леса Коми, и название говорит само за себя, превышает 4 миллиона гектаров. Площадь же этого спорного участка, о котором идет речь, это касается 9 тысяч гектаров, это 0,2% от территории объекта наследия. Это фактически арифметическая погрешность. Это 0,1%. Они никоим образом не могут сколь-либо масштабно повлиять на сохранность всего этого объекта. А я напомню, это крупнейший в мире массив девственных бореальных лесов, крупнейший в мире, взятый под особую охрану. Действительно, мы это все признаем, и хотелось бы, чтобы все стороны, участвующие в процессе, признали, что в 1995 году при подготовке объекта в номинацию была сделана ошибка, которую необходимо исправить. Притом, безусловно, устранить без ущерба задачи сохранения всей этой уникального объекта наследия. На решение этого вопроса Российская Федерация и направила сейчас свои усилия. Мы действительно активно готовим пакет документов по подготовке новой номинации, соответственно, с новыми уточненными границами. И дело даже не в том, что мы хотим этот маленький кусочек, имеющий промышленное значение, не включать в объект наследия. При подготовке новой номинации туда будет включено более 200 тысяч нетронутых массивов таких же девственных лесов, ранее под охрану не взятых. Это не удалось сделать в 1994-1995 году. Сейчас это удастся сделать, потому что достигнута полная договоренность и согласие с органами региональной власти, с муниципальными структурами, с бизнес-структурами, с владельцами земельных участков. Мы бы хотели, чтобы нам дали возможность до 1 февраля 2014 года подготовить эту номинацию, не ставя вопрос о переводе этого объекта в категорию объекта наследия в опасности. Помимо всего прочего, принятие такого решения затруднит в силу различных процедурных вопросов решение о включении в объект наследия, то есть сохранении еще 200 тысяч гектаров бореальных лесов. Мы бы хотели, чтобы принятое решение было направлено на сохранение объектов наследия, а не на осложнение этой проблемы.
India has the floor, and then Germany.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. One, this ICMM, for some reason these letters and acronyms are not expanded. I mean, who are they and why are they in this decision? I mean, it seems to be some council for something, but I'm not sure what the status, the implications, and their ability to be a part of World Heritage. I mean, I'm not clear at all. Secondly, and let me go back in time, I seem to remember the distinguished delegation from Germany last year in a similar case of mining, which was in a country in Africa. And it involved the exclusion of a small part of that territory to accommodate a mining action. So if I remember correctly, that was the position taken by Germany then. So I would imagine that just as that decision was taken, maybe we could look at this decision too, because you're not compromising. Chair, am I sort of hearing? Maybe this could be clarified. Thank you.
Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, of course, Germany values whatever protection of primeval or virgin forests in the world is going on. This is for sure our highest conservation priority and should be in each and every country. But what we are discussing here is the present state of conservation of a site as it stands now. The Swiss colleague has referred to that. And we are talking about a site with a mining license where mining operations, where gold mining works continue. And this is, I'm citing here the State of Conservation report, which is in front of us on page 53 of the document. So we're here in a slightly different situation as we were last year when discussing the Selous. And the Selous situation, we were discussing it in the procedure of a boundary modification, which we are not discussing here. So we are in two very different situations at this moment. Here I just want to point out this very precisely. I would also at some moment maybe then seek clarification from the center where these gold mining deposits are located. Is it somewhere at the outmost edge of the property or somewhere really inside? This is also very important to be discussed here. And again, with reference to the Selous case from last year, there had been studies which had been revealed that the impact of the mine on the property was expected to be minor, and that certain mitigation measures could be implemented. And this had all been integrated in the discussion and decision we have been taken last year. And we are really in a different situation here. And the decision on a possible boundary modification, I assume, will only be taken in 2015, because when the boundary modification in terms of a new nomination is handed in, it will be evaluated in 2014 and be discussed in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
South Africa has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. from just what I've heard from Serbia, explaining the size of this site, to me it appears that this site is even bigger than some countries. And if you had to imagine that the whole country would be a conservation site, the state party agrees, admits the mistakes it has done in this huge area, and it's only requiring a small portion in order to rectify and make sure that it doesn't flout the rules of conservation. For me, just looking at the sizes and the magnitude, I think the state party needs to be supported in order to be able to comply with all the rules by adjusting the mistake it did in inscribing the site in the first place. Thank you.
IUCN has any comments?
Thank you, Chair. There was one
I'm sorry, I didn't see Senegal first,
Sorry.
so let's go to Senegal and then we'll go back to IUCN.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons suivi avec attention les explications de l'État parti et rapporté à l'immensité du site. Nous pensons qu'il faut essayer de trouver une solution de compromis satisfaisante. Je pense que si on donne à l'État parti le temps, il pourra d'ici 2015 nous proposer des modifications mineures qui contribueront à préserver la VUE et à conserver le site sur la liste du patrimoine normal. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons écouté avec beaucoup d'attention les déclarations qui ont été faites et notamment les explications de l'État parti. Nous croyons comprendre qu'il y a eu déjà une erreur au niveau de l'inscription, que certaines parties de ce site n'ont pas été intégrées dans la globalité du territoire qu'il fallait protéger. Que l'État parti a déclaré et a affirmé qu'il n'y a pas de prospection ni d'extraction minière, qu'il n'y a pas donc d'industrie dans le site. Par ailleurs, il propose donc d'intégrer des forêts vierges et des espaces naturels qui peuvent augmenter la VUE du site. C'est selon donc les explications qui viennent de nous être données. Et je voudrais tout de même, je m'inquiète tout de même sur les définitions, peut-être que ce n'est pas le moment, mais nous pouvons peut-être aborder cette question une autre fois, mais nous parlons de modifications mineures et de modifications importantes des limites. Sur un site de 4 millions d'hectares, est-ce que le 0,02% constitue une modification mineure ou une modification importante? Quels sont les critères de la modification mineure et de la modification importante? Je voudrais avoir des explications sur cette question, parce que la procédure n'est pas la même. Il y a des incidences. Nous appuyons le fait de donner la possibilité à l'État parti de proposer, donc de régler cette question et de proposer un rapport en 2014. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mali has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je pense que nous sommes en face d'un cas de figure extrêmement important, parce que c'est un peu aussi le fait de maintenir l'équilibre entre la préservation et le développement. Et nous avons eu ce cas de figure en Afrique, on a parlé du cas de l'Afrique du Sud, du cas de la Tanzanie. Je pense qu'en pareil cas, il faut quand même accompagner et encourager l'État parti. Dans le processus même de nomination des dossiers, la zone tampon en elle-même n'est pas une exigence. Ce n'est pas une exigence, ça ne fait que renforcer le système de protection. Mais cette zone tampon devient une exigence lorsque la VUE est entachée ou menacée. Donc si nous avons des cas où autour d'un bien du patrimoine mondial, il y a une ressource économique qui est là, une ressource minière qui est là, qui est exploitée, et qu'il y a un danger qui est apparent, on peut aussi autoriser l'État partie à étendre la zone tampon pour pouvoir consolider le système de protection. Donc, à l'instar de la réflexion que j'avais faite par rapport aux conflits qui pèsent sur certains biens du patrimoine mondial, je pense que nous devons une attention particulière doit être réservée également à cet élément d'équilibre entre la préservation et le développement économique. Il y a lieu d'accompagner et d'encourager les États parties, surtout lorsqu'il s'agit des pays en voie de développement. Je vous remercie.
Now, IUCN, please.
Thank you, Chair. I noted, I think, three points that were addressed towards IUCN, and I think there was also one question to the Centre from Germany, so if I could address the three. One was a question from India, the first question, which was about the ICMM. So this is the acronym of the International Council on Mining and Metals, whose position, established in 2003, has been regularly referred to by the World Heritage Committee as the leading industry position as a commitment to World Heritage sites. And the language that's in the decision is one which the committee has adopted on a regular basis since that time. It's perhaps interesting, I was just looking it up here, it'll be 10 years since that historic commitment was made, so I think it's quite familiar as a principle, and it's actually one of the leading private sector commitments that's been made to World Heritage. There was a question from Algeria about the difference between a minor and a significant modification of boundaries. I think in this instance, for the state party of the Russian Federation, it's quite clear that they themselves understand that any discussion of boundaries, it's their intention that this would be considered through the significant modification process. And that's the process foreseen when there is a clear question about outstanding universal value, which is being discussed. And I think it's quite clear from the consideration of the committee that in this instance there is no doubt about that. In addition, the previous consideration of the SALU was referred to, and in fact I could remind the committee that 2 years ago they established a position where they considered any boundary modification that has some relationship to mining should be considered through the significant boundary modification process. But I don't think there's any dispute on that point. I would suggest the state party itself is proposing to use that process for significant modification of boundaries. And the third comment that was made from Mali, I think, was introducing a discussion of buffer zones. But I think, just to be very clear, this is, I think, an undisputed situation where, for whatever reason, whether it was a mistake at the time of inscription, but there's no doubt that in this instance the discussion is of a mining activity that's located within the boundary of the property itself. It's not a buffer zone question with respect. So those were those 3 points. There was a question from Germany about the position of this in relation to the recognised legal boundary, which the Secretariat, with its task to maintain the maps, could answer, I think, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. On the question by Germany, so it is indeed the mining license itself is a small area of 20 square kilometers, which is small compared to the total site. However, it is not situated at the edge of the site. It is situated in the northern half of the northern part of the site. And one would also have to see the issue of access roads and other infrastructure that would be needed to reach this area. So I think in terms of a boundary modification, it will be interesting to see what will be the proposal by the Russian Federation, but it will mainly, it has to entail actually taking away quite an area in the northern part, much larger than the area where the mining will be foreseen, because otherwise we would have a situation where we create a mining enclave in the middle of the site. So I think it is the mining concession itself is quite small, but it is not at the edge of the site, as was the case, for example, in the case of Selou, which we discussed last year. It is much more in the middle of the northern part of the site, and so any boundary modification would have to take that into account.
In in order to go forward, I was thinking, if the committee agrees, that we can print this draft decision and circulate it, go back to the Western Caucasus, and then come back later to the discussion. Does the committee agree, or anybody has a better way to proceed?
Ask again, shall we go back to Western Caucasus?
Okay, so then let's do that. We'll go back to the Western Caucasus and we'll distribute the Virgin Commie Forest draft decision. So shall we proceed with the Western Caucasus, please? The reporter, can you please go ahead with it?
We are going back to the decision on Caucasus number 23. Can we have it as well on the screen, please? Do you have it in front of you? So there are major changes I did already read to you. So I don't think you need to. I would just have to give one clarification. It was submitted by Russian Federation. What does it mean, permanent capital infrastructure project? They are projects of capital development. So we can change that in the draft decision. Number 4, you have it in para number 4. So instead of permanent capital infrastructure projects, we put projects of capital development.
Germany has the floor.
Having heard in the previous discussion on that notion of permanent capital infrastructure, and as it was pointed clearly out by the Indian ambassador and by the Russian Federation, this is something which has to do. It's a more legal term. It's an accounting term. What counts here is impact on OUV. So I don't think that we should use a term which has a reference to accounting or to another legal basis. But that we should stick to the original text here in all the cases where that permanent capital was introduced, because what we are talking about is avoiding that infrastructure has an effect of OUV, whatever type of infrastructure that might be. Thank you.
Reporter? India has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think the German delegation is quite right. We should look at the impact on the OUV. The point is that capital or infrastructure or permanent capital, as terms that the Russian Federation understands and uses, is what you need to apply. These are two different things. What is the impact of a development on OUV, or the fact of no impact, is separate from the nomenclature that you use for it. So let us use the term capital development as it was just pointed out and defined and clarified by the Russian Federation, because that is the way that the Russian Federation would deploy the term. But the impact on OUV is a separate issue, whatever the Russian Federation chooses, whatever nomenclature it chooses.
The reporter has the floor.
No, at this point I don't have anything to say.
Switzerland and then Colombia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous voudrions soutenir ce que dit l'Allemagne. L'important, c'est l'impact sur la VUE et pas le terme. Nous ne savons pas si les infrastructures qui ne sont pas d'importance capitale n'ont pas d'impact sur la VUE. Nous ne pouvons pas le juger, donc ce terme ne peut pas être utilisé. Merci.
Colombia has the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. En nuestra opinión hay una, digamos, una confusión respecto al uso del término capital. De hecho, en la versión inglesa y en la versión francesa hay dos acepciones distintas de la palabra, que existe lo mismo en la lengua castellana. Creeríamos que esa categoría que pertenece a la Federación Rusa como tal debería ser explicada en un lenguaje más universal para todos los miembros del comité y para todos los estados parte. Gracias.
Russia has any comments?
Я хотел бы отметить следующее. Ну, во-первых, наверняка все в целом понимают, о чем идет речь, что вызывает опасения в части Западного Кавказа. Конечно, все понимают, что это речь идет не о туалетных кабинках, не о отдельных экскурсионных тропах. Речь идет о более серьезной инфраструктуре. Но нам придется работать с теми правовыми решениями, которые принимаются и будут трактоваться, в том числе в соответствии с российским законодательством. Мы не хотим, чтобы начали возникать вопросы, что мы должны представлять материалы ОВОС, оценки воздействия на окружающую среду, это специальные подготовленные по определенной методике материалы, на каждый ничтожный объект вроде туалетной кабины или экологической тропы. Мы хотим, чтобы ситуация не доводилась до абсурда в дальнейшем, а такие ситуации возможны. Поэтому мы хотим использовать термин «капитальное строительство». Подчеркиваю, что все то, что реально и справедливо вызывает опасения у экспертов ЮНЕСКО, дороги, горнолыжные инфраструктуры, гостиницы, это капитальное строение. Мы просто не хотим, чтобы по принятому решению была дальнейшем трактовка, которая приведет к определенной демагогии и использованию бюрократических процедур ненужных и так далее. Мы хотим, чтобы было решение понятное, простое и действительно влияло, связанное с возможным негативным влиянием на уникальную природу Кавказа. Это, конечно, капитальные строения, это горные лыжные структуры, гостиницы, дороги, линии электропередач, и об этом мы и говорим. Мы хотим, чтобы мы все правильно понимали друг друга и не было возможности иного трактования, всего лишь.
Since you all have the Western Caucasus draft decision printed, maybe the easiest way to go through this decision is go back to do it paragraph by paragraph, and we can put it on the screen as well, and we'll go over it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I have to apologize. We have a technical problem, so right now we cannot put it on the screen, although you have it in front of you. It's coming. Good. Thank you.
It's fixed.
So please, if you have a proposal how we can resolve this problem with the terminology, and we can then, can we start with the paragraph 3? Okay. Paragraph 1 is the same as it was proposed by the Secretariat. I suppose you don't have a comments. Paragraph 2 as well. Paragraph 3.
We're going to have to go one by one and adopt one by one. So I guess 1 and 2, we go for adoption. Adopt. Then number 3. Number 3 is adopted. Number 4. Can we adopt number 4? Adopted. Number 5. Germany wants the floor.
We would clearly appreciate a different wording on that permanent capital infrastructure. Unfortunately, I'm sort of lost here. English is not my mother tongue. I have very little idea on what could we add instead of permanent capital infrastructure. I understand the explanation on that it includes hotels and so on, but where is the limit? Is there a size limit? Is there a limit in terms of money? What falls under this definition? This is all what we are sort of implying in that word. So I would like to see another wording here, but maybe somebody can help out. Somebody in the committee, our fellow committee members, having a good solution. Thanks.
Our legal advisor has some comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the two texts came up, the English text that said capital infrastructure projects was different from the French, which said installation d'équipements touristiques d'importance capitale. So I consulted with the Russian Federation because there was an inconsistency, and I asked them what was their term under their legislation that would fit in better with this decision, and they proposed projects of capital development as fitting in best with what is consistent with their legislation. If the committee has no problem and the Russian Federation is happy after this discussion, as I understand it, it's a term under Russian legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Does the committee agree with this term after this explanation? Switzerland has a comment.
Comme déjà dit, c'est une définition qui ne nous permet pas de juger de l'impact sur la vue, mais en plus, il y a encore cette question de la traduction, parce que permanent en anglais ne vient pas de la définition française d'importance capitale, et ça c'est aussi une grande différence au niveau du sens de terme.
India has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Since we don't seem to be progressing, why don't we just put it in brackets and keep moving on till we get to more substance? There's something that the Russian Federation understands. There's something, the same thing, which nobody else understands. So let's keep it in square brackets and go ahead and come back to it later.
If nobody objects to that proposal, let's move to number 5, leave 4 open, and we'll come back. Number 5.
Look at the
5.
The first part,
The introduction.
then 5A,
Then 5A. 5B.
this is again no objection.
C.
D,
Then D.
it has the same terminology, so you need this in square brackets. Ask them.
Yeah, D will do as this, the same as number 4. We'll read in brackets for now. E. G.
EF,
Oh, no, I'm sorry, F. Then G will remain in bracket as well. H. Six. And 7.
So we are stuck with that terminology, so somebody has to propose a solution.
So as we can see, sort of agree on everything except on the problem of the...
You know, this...
So India has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Could we leave it to the infinite wisdom of the legal advisor? Because now what you're on to is a very small term. It's almost as small as the mining area. And, you know, I'm sure that the legal advisor could find a way out of it. Because everything else is, there is no discussion, there's no dispute on that.
Germany has a comment?
I think it's not purely a question of the legal advisor. It's the question of if we put that paragraph, let's take the first paragraph in sort of normal words, it means that committee considers that the installation of some kind of infrastructure on the Lagunaki would seriously affect. And if we take a certain definition here, we just restrict that sentence to what is included in that certain definition. And this is exactly what we would like to avoid. We would include whatever, as it is put here, tourism and skiing infrastructure facilities that would affect it. And it's about the impact, as the Swiss colleague has said before, and not so much about what is included in a legal term or not. I don't know if this could be understood by the fellow committee members.
Director has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think in order to resolve this problem, it would best be to revert to consideration of paragraph 172 of the operational guidelines, where it refers to major restorations or new constructions which may affect the outstanding universal value of the property. So all such projects have to be assessed, or impact assessments have to be carried out. So I would propose that we use the same terminology. Any new constructions that would seriously affect the outstanding universal value of the property, we could just use this general term of any new constructions if the committee members consider it appropriate, as it is taken from paragraph 172 of the operational guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is that proposal acceptable for the committee? India has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have a solution coming, which is for the Russian Federation to clarify. And what is it that would enable them to carry out the wishes of the committee, the decisions of the committee? So why don't we just listen to them, and maybe that terminology can be changed, because you will take a decision here, they have to implement it. So there is no point in not having a match. Could we turn to the Russian Federation to give us an answer?
Russia.
Спасибо большое. Уважаемые коллеги, может быть, будет выходом из положения такое решение, что мы в скобках четко, конкретно отметим гостиницы, лыжная инфраструктура, дороги, и так далее. Линии электропередач, то есть все, что вот является в нашем законодательстве вот этой капитальной инфраструктурой. И так далее. Это будет понятно. Потому что мы сейчас пытаемся найти правильный французский термин, и действительно очень плохо получается. Objet de majeure importance. Это, конечно, не отражает абсолютно сути того, о чем мы говорим. Поэтому можно было бы в скобках поставить конкретные объекты, если, конечно, IUCN не будет против такого подхода. А что касается, конечно, вот отчетности и исследования влияния на окружающую среду, то вот со мной сидит главный человек по всем биосферным резерватам и паркам в Российской Федерации. Вот, они это делают регулярно, и, естественно, это будет делаться и для Комитета всемирного наследия. Спасибо.
Mexico has a comment.
Gracias, señor presidente. Yo propondría, si no tiene inconveniente la embajadora de Rusia, que se retomara la propuesta que acaba de hacer el señor Rao, basándose en el párrafo 172, y en todo caso, en ese paréntesis que usted menciona, embajadora, meter lo que ustedes especifican. Pero creo que la propuesta del señor Rao era atinada en ese sentido.
Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'était aussi pour souligner cette solution. On pourrait ajouter des infrastructures touristiques qui pourraient avoir un impact négatif sur la VUE, comme c'est écrit dans les Operational Guidelines, dans les orientations, et j'ose pas penser que les orientations ne sont pas applicables partout universellement. Merci.
Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Consideramos sabia, equilibrada y salomónica la propuesta del señor Rao. Muchas gracias.
The reporter will now read how it sounds. Read the whole paragraph, please.
So we have a solution to combine what was proposed by Mr. Rao and by Russian Federation, because it is that we have to implement that. So I would say through the state party, so number 4, though the state party reiterates its commitment not to develop projects, any new construction projects that would seriously affect the OUV, outstanding universal value, and then we can say what, such as hotels, ski resorts, pipelines, etc., or roads, because it is not good for us to put brackets in the decision. So brackets we avoid to put in the decision. Yeah, within the property boundaries. the World Heritage Committee considers that the installation of, then we have to change here again, any new construction then we don't have to repeat it.
Pick up on the lagunae, that would seriously
On the Lagunaki Plateau, including Mount Fish, etc., and then we can leave. The restriction of the property. Okay. Lagunaki Plateau, including Mount Fish and Austin, would seriously affect the outstanding universal value of the property and would constitute a case for inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger, in line with paragraph 180 of the operational guidelines and its previous decisions. Thank you. We need to do the same for the other ones. Can we do it?
India has the floor.
I just have a problem with the scale. Any new construction projects, what kind of construction? There has to be some limitation of scale. So it's obviously new and large scale projects which would affect the outstanding universal value. Secondly, I'm a little dubious in pipelines. I mean, what will they do? Boil the snow for water? Or, meaning, is it, by going into this level of micro detail, you're also sort of complicating it. You've actually got a very simple decision, which is that anything that impacts on the outstanding universal value, the state party is giving a commitment that they will not do. So, I would suggest that we just try and limit this. Firstly, introduce the word large scale. And secondly, indicatively, such as hotels and so on. Pipelines, I think, is a problem. You're not talking of gas pipelines here. Will they not have water, or will they not have, for whatever facilities they have?
Russia?
Уважаемые коллеги, я очень извиняюсь, я просто специально позвонила нашим юнесковским переводчикам, какой термин они в таком случае используют на английском и французском языке. Вот на английском языке это звучит как Capital Construction Projects, объекты капитального строительства. На французском это звучит как Élément de construction majeure. Это вот официальная терминология, которой пользуются наши в ЮНЕСКО при переводе, так сказать, вот письменном переводе текстов. Спасибо большое. Поэтому, может быть, мы здесь можем тоже так использовать этот термин.
Any comments to the last proposal of changing terms, as Russia has just mentioned? IUCN.
Thanks, Chair. I just have paragraph 172 in front of me, which was, I think, the suggestion to root this in the language of the operational guidelines. And perhaps I could make a suggestion as an Anglophone that would capture the issue. Firstly, the operational guidelines, paragraph 172, invite state parties to consider the matters which may affect the outstanding universal value. So the qualification of seriously isn't used in the operational guidelines. It just says may affect the outstanding universal value. And I think if what the delegations that are intervening and looking for catch-all language are asking for, then I would suggest construction and activities which would affect the outstanding universal value. And then the qualifier is, would it affect the outstanding universal value, which is then the unifying principle which could make it then an implementable decision. I don't know whether the Russian Federation colleagues would find that an implementable language, but construction and activities which may affect, which I guess we should say, which would affect the, in this instance, which would affect the outstanding universal value.
has any comments? Take a look at this last draft and see if you agree with it, please, the committee.
India. South Africa first and then India.
South Africa has the floor, then India.
Chair, we'd have to amend because we're happy with the formulation above, though the state party reiterates its commitments not to develop any new construction or activities that would affect the outstanding universal value of the plateau, including etc., and then we'd have to delete would seriously affect because it's repeated at the bottom again. No, no. Oh yes, and we need to delete the such as hotels, ski resorts, etc. as well.
India has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a problem. I'm just wondering why activities came into it. Constructions I can understand, and activities I cannot understand. So why do we introduce new terminologies, new concepts at this stage? Leave it at constructions. Activities could be anything. Taking a walk can be an activity.
Please take out this permanent capital tourism and skiing facilities, but you can erase it. And we continue on the Lagonaki Plateau. Can I read it now?
If
India has the floor, then...
Chair, I think we're getting there. The German concern is that something that could potentially impact on the OUV. I mean, that's really what where that concern is coming from. The Russian concern is that the terminology should be standard, something that is understood by UNESCO and by the Russian Federation. Now, in this case, you can solve this problem by just putting it any new capital construction projects, which is standard UNESCO terminology. The second part, which is the German concern, is that it should not constitute a threat to the OUV, which of course, as Mr. Rao explained, is covered by that provision. So all you need to do is any new capital construction projects. And I think that solves it because the German concern is covered later in the paragraph, which would constitute a case for inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger. So both concerns are accommodated with that.
India, are you satisfied with the last changes that they just made?
Thank you, Chair, for that. I was satisfied at the beginning, but let the German delegation confirm that it meets their requirements. I think the Russian delegation is satisfied as long as you have the capital construction projects, which is terminology that UNESCO understands and Russia understands.
let's adopt paragraph 4. Yeah.
Okay, so if there's no more comments, apparently everybody agrees now with paragraph 4, and we can continue. Germany has a comment.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we can accept this formulation.
So if everybody accepts, then we can adopt paragraph 4. And with that idea, we'll make the same changes down the draft. South Africa has a comment?
Chair, I'd suggest that Russia be removed from there. They can't be sponsoring their own amendments. Rapporteur. No point of.
Okay, so with those changes that we agreed on paragraph 4, we'll do the other changes down the draft. So I guess we can now adopt the whole draft decision 37.7b23. Then we adopt the decision. Now we have to go back to Virgin Coming,
It's been distributed to everybody.
which has been distributed to all of you. And the reporter is going to have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it is distributed to you, I don't think we need to read out all the draft decision. But we have a significant changes proposed by Serbia. In the Virgin for Vierge de Commis.
Does anybody has any comment on the draft that was circulated?
They want more time.
You want more time? Okay. Okay.
Switzerland wants
I think Switzerland wants the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Une remarque, c'est comme on a entendu jusqu'à maintenant deux versions assez différentes sur les exploitations au niveau de ce bien du patrimoine mondial, nous sommes encore très confus sur le fait s'il y a ou il n'y a pas d'exploitation sur ce site, s'ils sont à l'extérieur du site à l'intérieur. Donc on propose d'enlever le point 5 parce qu'on n'a pas eu d'informations précises ou étayées sur ce point. Nous ne nous sentons pas en mesure de juger et alors encore moins de féliciter l'État pour ça. Merci.
Other comments on the draft that was given to you? Cambodia has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vois que beaucoup de paragraphes ont été biffés ou simplifiés et je me demande si le paragraphe 6, qui rappelle que les modifications des limites d'un bien patrimonial doivent être examinées suivant la procédure, etc., est-ce que c'est nécessaire de la conserver? Parce que c'est une évidence.
Would IUCN like to reply to that?
Chair, the language in 6, if I recall correctly, but the Secretariat could confirm, I think is the language that was adopted specifically in relation to modifications of boundaries related to mining, but there's some language omitted from that decision. So my recollection, but the Secretariat could confirm, is that there was language along the lines of reminds that modification, or that the committee's previously adopted language, if I'm looking at paragraph 6 on the blue form, that would need to include reminds that modifications of boundaries for World Heritage properties in relation to mining should be considered through. But the Secretariat might just confirm my memory is correct, but I think that's the language that we're looking at, Chair. Thank you.
Secretariat?
I think last year language was adopted in the decision of Selou. So perhaps one should go back to the language that was adopted in the decision of Selou, but of course I don't know it by heart.
United Arab Emirates.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. بالإشارة إلى ما أشار إليه الوفد السويسري، أرى أن نسمع من الدولة الطرف ما هي الضمانات في الفقرة 5 للتعقيب على هذا التداخل.
Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I understand that new proposal correctly, and having looked at the original draft decision, the original draft decision contained several issues of concern, and then possible inscription in list of danger, and urging for implementing corrective measures. The text we are having now is purely referring to the possible proposal or possible application for a boundary modification. And the other issues of concern are completely taken out. So I support what the two colleagues before had said, that we would get clarification on those issues of concern, and I'd like to hear from the Centre and maybe IUCN also if with the information given by the state party, these concerns can be just skipped from this draft decision. Thanks.
Secretary.
I think the IUCN and the Secretariat had proposed a draft decision which included all these concerns. I cannot take position to the fact that they have been removed by a state party, but of course everything we had included we considered valid.
Any other comment on paragraph 6?
Secretariat, Guy, paragraph 6.
On paragraph 6, I have found back the paragraph that was included last year in the decision of CELU, so if that is helpful, I can read that out.
While they type it, is there any other comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we seem to wait for something, I don't know, I use the time to express our view on the Serbian amendment of draft decision 7B.24, which indeed changes to a very large extent, the draft decision as proposed by the Secretariat. And I would like to give on record that we are fine with the draft decision as proposed by the Secretariat. We could adopt it in 1 minute, and we don't agree with these substantial changes, which are far beyond what we have seen in the document and what has been proposed. Thank you.
Okay, since there's some substantial changes, maybe we can have an informal working group to work in it and come back later, so we can move ahead.
Germany, India, Serbia, just name a few states.
Germany could be in it,
Mali wants to speak.
India, Mali.
Mali wants to speak.
Mali wants to speak.
Oui, c'est pour dire que pour ce qui est de la version française, le paragraphe 6 et le 7 sont les mêmes.
Yeah, right now the idea is to move forward, so we should create this working group to work on the proposal and come back at a later time, so we can continue moving on. then Serbia, India, and Germany could be on the working group, and you could bring somebody else if you wish. And that way we can move forward in this process.
Okay, so we keep it suspended.
So we'll keep it pending until we have the proposal from the working group, and we can continue going forward.
Mr. Devon.
So Mr. Devon, we can continue on the next one, please.
Thank you. So with COMI remaining pending, we have finished the discussion on the European sites. We already read out the sites for adoption without discussion, and these were adopted. So the next item would be the sites in Latin America. I understand that there is no site for discussion, so if you permit, I will read out the sites for adoption without discussion. So the sites concerned are the Coiba National Park and its special zone of marine protection, decision 37-7B31, Pitons Management Area in St. Lucia, decision 37-7B32, Talamanca Range La Amistad Reserves, La Amistad National Park between Costa Rica and Panama, decision 37-3B30, and Cerrado Protected Areas Chapada dos Veaderos and Emas National Parks in Brazil, decision 37-7B21. Thank you.
Can we adopt all the decisions of the list he just read? List adopted.
Now we move to one page before.
Moving forward, Mr. Debonet, we can now go into the reports on the state of conservation of natural properties located in Africa.
And we start the review of the African sites with the Ja Wildlife Reserve in Cameroon. The World Heritage Center and IUCN welcome the state party's decision to reduce by 20% the size of the mining exploitation zone of the venture capital company, but remain concerned by the many potential threats to the outstanding universal value of this property. In particular, the mining projects by venture capital company and Geovic, the construction of the Makin Dam, which is progressing, and the industrial rubber plantations, which are planned adjacent to the site and could impact its OUV. With support of the World Heritage Center, and this is new information, a national consultation meeting was held in Yaoundé from the 3rd to the 4th of June 2013, just prior to this meeting, bringing together some 30 participants from the technical services in charge of managing the site, local elected representatives, traditional authorities, NGOs, economic operators, and experts from IUCN and UNESCO. The meeting concluded that a strategic environmental and social assessment should be conducted to assess the overall impact of all ongoing and planned developments around the property, in order to mitigate their impact on the outstanding universal value. It was also decided to set up a collaborative framework between the different stakeholders to contribute to the sustainable conservation of the property. In addition, the State Party announced the creation of an interministerial committee to ensure the synergies and coordination of the different planned developments. Despite these advances, the World Heritage Center and IUCN considered that the different planned and ongoing development mentioned could seriously impact the outstanding universal value, and therefore recommend that the committee maintain the possibility of an inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger at its 38th session in 2014 if further significant progress is not made before the end of 2013. Mr. Chairman, IUCN also wants to comment on this site.
IUCN has any comment?
Thank you, Chair. IUCN recalls that the committee at its 36th session had requested the State Party to fulfill 4 conditions, which, if not addressed, could lead to the possible inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger. IUCN recognizes that there have been some positive advances on these issues, yet some key requests still need to be implemented, including an assessment of impacts from the venture capital exploration license on the outstanding universal value of the property, updating the environmental impact assessment of the Jovic mining company to international standards, providing detailed information on measures to be taken to reduce and mitigate impacts from agricultural plantations on the property, and finally, assessing impacts on outstanding universal value from the McKean Dam and halting work on the dam until such an assessment has been undertaken. Chair, IUCN recommends that if significant further progress on these issues has not been made by the end of 2013, the committee should consider the inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger at its next session in 2014. In the meantime, we also welcome the engagement of the Franz Weber Foundation and in supporting the property, and are pleased to note that IUCN is adding both technical and financial support to the envisaged efforts through our office in Yaoundé. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Just the draft decision. The draft decision 37.7b1 can be found in document 7b ed on page 18 of the English and page 19 of the French version.
Any comments from the committee? Senegal has the floor.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, nous avons écouté attentivement les rapports des organisations consultatives qui, à plusieurs reprises, ont souligné que l'État partie avait pris des initiatives importantes pour neutraliser les impacts négatifs potentiels sur la VUE. Je pense qu'il serait bien, avant de commencer les discussions sur le fond, de donner la parole à l'État partie afin qu'il précise davantage les efforts qui ont été faits et nous donne des éléments d'appréciation plus objectifs, parce que jusqu'à présent, il n'y a que l'accusation qui a parlé.
Mali has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, suite à l'exposé de l'UNCN, nous notons avec satisfaction qu'il y a des progrès énormes qui ont été faits par l'État partie. Du point de vue institutionnel, il y a eu la mise en place d'un cadre de concertation entre l'État partie, d'une part, mais aussi l'organe consultatif. Il y a eu également un comité interministériel qui a été mis en place par l'État partie. C'est aussi la consécration d'une volonté politique. Il y a enfin un engagement de la Fondation qui est là et qui aide également l'État partie à sauvegarder les biens. Je pense que dans l'ensemble, les recommandations fortes qui avaient été faites par l'INCN sont en voie d'être réalisées. Et je pense qu'au vu également de tous ces différents éléments-là, on doit accorder beaucoup plus de chance à l'État partie du Cameroun pour ce site exceptionnel du Dja. Je vous remercie.
And we would like to give the floor to Cameroon.
Merci. Permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer ma gratitude à l'endroit du Royaume du Cambodge Mes remerciements également vont à l'endroit du Centre du patrimoine mondial. Et j'irai tout de suite droit au but en disant que après l'examen de l'état de conservation de la réserve de biosphère du Dja et du site transfrontalier du trinational Sangha, je voudrais vous assurer que les actions entreprises seront poursuivies afin de garantir pour chaque site la valeur universelle exceptionnelle dans la vision d'un Cameroun émergent. Comme vous le savez, le Cameroun, comme bon nombre d'États africains, est confronté aux problèmes de sécurité transfrontalière et de piraterie maritime qui mettent en danger la conservation du site en question. Et nous avons entrepris un certain nombre d'éléments qui permettent la mise en place de la préservation du site du Dja, et nous sommes en train d'évoluer dans ce sens. Nous pouvons garantir ici que d'ici la fin, avec toutes les recommandations qui ont été faites, nous allons poursuivre toutes ces actions. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Senegal has any comments?
Le Sénégal a des commentaires après avoir écouté l'État parti et pris plus ample connaissance de toutes les satisfactions exprimées par les organisations consultatives. Le Sénégal propose à ce que le point 11 du projet de décision soit biffé et au niveau du point 12, nous demandons à ce qu'il soit donné à l'État parti la possibilité de présenter son rapport au 1er février 2015.
Any other comments? South Africa.
We support the proposal by Senegal to delete paragraph 11 in the spirit of not threatening and rather encouraging, because the paragraph introduces a threat to the state party who, it's been mentioned before, that has complied in many respects and is trying hard to meet all their obligations. Thank you.
Algérie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'Algérie soutient et appuie la proposition du Sénégal pour biffer le point 11 du projet de décision. Merci.
United Arab Emirates has the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. الإمارات وفي ضوء التعاون الواضح بين الجهات الاستشارية ودول الطرف، وبعد السماع ما التزمت به الدولة الطرف من تنفيذ ما هو مطلوب منهم، نحن أيضا نثني على المقترح السنغالي ومن أيده.
We go to the reporter.
Nous avons donc deux changements dans le paragraphe 11 et dans le paragraphe 12, où il s'agit seulement de la date de soumission de rapport. Et on supprime le paragraphe 11 entier, en totalité. Voilà. On peut procéder à l'adoption.
Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Germany can accept the deletion of para 11 but would like to stick with para 12 as it was originally proposed, namely to ask for a report in 2014. Thank you.
Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On soutient la position de l'Allemagne, surtout que les rapports, c'est, comme on a déjà dit, une occasion pour expliquer les avancées faites. Les rapports, c'est peut-être aussi quelque chose de positif et on donne la possibilité à l'État d'expliquer les avancements. Donc on pense que c'est une très bonne idée de le garder pour le tour 2014. Merci.
Any other proposals? Then we can adopt 37.7b1. Adopted. Mr. Debena.
Thank you. The next site is the Sangha Trinational, which was also mentioned by the Minister, a transboundary site between Cameroon, the Central African Republic and the Republic of Congo. As mentioned in the working document, the political and security issues in the Central African Republic have now also impacted the Central African Republic part of this transboundary property. The World Heritage Center has been following the situation in the site on a daily basis. On May 7th, a group of 17th Army militiamen identifying themselves as Seleka fighters, allied to the new government, entered into the property and started poaching elephants in Sangha Bay. At least 26 elephants were killed and their ivory removed. The fighters left the area a couple of days later on the orders of another Seleka militia group, which accompanied Chinese diamond explorers into the area. Since then, the situation in the area has calmed down, and on May 14th, the acting president of the Central African Republic, transitional government, met with the president of Gabon and discussed the worsening ivory poaching situation in the country. Under the agreement between the two countries, Gabon offered technical support to address the poaching crisis, as well as assistance in developing a national parks agency and training of staff in conservation and management of the protected area. The World Heritage Center also received information that on June 6th, just prior to this session, the government dispatched a joint mission composed of 30 staff of the Ministry of Water and Forests and 30 military to restore the security in the area and assist the park authorities. While these last developments seem positive, the situation remains extremely volatile, and the World Heritage Center and IUCN remain very concerned about the situation. Mr. Chairman, I understand that there is a representative of Congo who has some information to contribute from his colleagues in the Central African Republic, which could not join this meeting, so I don't know if you want to give the floor.
Any comments from the committee? Then the representative of Congo. Representative of Congo. The microphone is not working. Maybe you can move and use one of the mics over here, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vous disais tout à l'heure que prenant la parole pour la première fois au cours de cette occasion, je voudrais profiter de cette opportunité pour présenter aux autorités cambodgiennes la profonde reconnaissance de la délégation du Congo-Brazzaville pour l'accueil chaleureux qui lui a été réservé dans ce beau pays. Monsieur le Président, la situation évoquée tout à l'heure par le représentant du Centre du patrimoine mondial est réelle. Effectivement, le conflit politico-militaire qu'a connu la République centrafricaine au cours de ces 2 derniers mois a suscité de vives inquiétudes, voire des craintes au sein de la communauté internationale, notamment de la part de l'UNESCO, de voir des effets collatéraux de ce conflit déborder et affecter ainsi l'intégrité du bien situé dans ce pays, avec la possibilité d'une extension au Congo et au Cameroun. Nous profitons donc de cette opportunité pour confirmer que l'intrusion des braconniers a effectivement eu lieu en RCA. Mais à l'heure où nous parlons, la situation a été plus ou moins maîtrisée. Les dégâts causés sur la faune ont été évalués à 26 éléphants abattus autour de la saline de Zangasanga, qui a été la seule à être touchée par cette situation dramatique. Des mesures de sécurisation du site de Zangasanga ont été prises et renforcées après ces actes crapuleux, notamment au niveau du suivi écologique et de la surveillance. Le Congo et le Cameroun ont aussi préventivement renforcé leur dispositif de protection et de surveillance tout autour de la partie du bien située dans leur territoire respectif. Pour y remédier, le Cameroun accueille dans les prochains jours un sommet de chefs d'État consacré exclusivement aux questions de sécurité et de piraterie transfrontalière. Et parce que le braconnage des grands mammifères en Afrique centrale est en train de prendre des proportions de plus en plus alarmantes. Et si rien n'est fait pour renverser la tendance, certaines espèces animales emblématiques comme l'éléphant de forêt et les grands singes vont disparaître dans les 20 prochaines années. C'est pourquoi nous lançons ici un vibrant appel à toute la communauté internationale pour apporter un appui soutenu et multiforme aux États de la sous-région en vue de les aider à mettre en œuvre leur plan de lutte anti-braconnage et surtout de garantir la conservation durable du bien transfrontalier dénommé le trinational de la Sangha. Et c'est justement en prenant conscience de cette situation que la sous-région organise un grand sommet des chefs d'État au Cameroun et dans les tout prochains jours. Je vous remercie.
Senegal has the floor.
Monsieur le Président, moi, en regardant ces images, je suis choqué et vraiment révolté. Et on a entendu le représentant du Congo, je ne sais pas s'il y a le représentant de la Centrafrique. La représentante du Cameroun est là. J'aimerais aussi qu'elle parle et qu'elle nous dise qu'est-ce qui est prévu. Parce que ça, c'est vraiment révoltant, une image comme ça. Merci.
Mali has the floor.
Non, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais dire ce que vient de dire mon collègue du Sénégal, parce que il y a Madame le ministre de la Culture du Cameroun qui est une autorité, donc une voix autorisée, étant donné que le site est transfrontalier, et s'exprimer sur la question. Merci.
Cameroon has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me passer la parole. Effectivement, je dois dire ici que c'est un véritable problème. Du 24 au Au 25 juin, le Cameroun accueille 20 chefs d'État. Le thème de cette conférence, c'est sur la sécurité et la piraterie. C'est vraiment un problème. Déjà au Cameroun et d'autres pays voisins, nous avons déjà, en termes de sécurité, nous avons déployé des unités spéciales. Au Cameroun, elles s'appellent brigades d'intervention spéciale, qui sont en train de protéger. Avec tout ce qui se passe avec le terrorisme et tout, le braconnage sert de financement aussi à ces terroristes. Donc, je puis assurer ici toute l'Assemblée que des moyens sont en train d'être pris. Et durant cette réunion ou ce sommet de 20 chefs d'État et aussi des organismes internationaux, nous aurons l'occasion d'avoir de meilleurs résultats et une meilleure visibilité. Je vous remercie.
If there are no more comments, can we go to the draft decision? Reporter?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On n'a pas reçu aucun amendement à ce projet de décision 37 comme 7B2. Donc, on peut l'adopter tel que proposé par le secrétariat. Merci.
Can we adopt the decision? Decision 37.7B2 adopted. Mr. Deveno.
Thank you, sir. The next property is Lake Turkana National Parks in Kenya. The World Heritage Center and IUCN note that the State Party of Ethiopia has not invited the mission nor submitted a report and has not halted the construction works on the dam and related irrigation project that as was requested by the committee as its 36th session. They recall that the World Heritage Committee decided not to inscribe the property on the list of World Heritage in danger to allow for the reactive monitoring mission to also go to Ethiopia and to consider its findings. The World Heritage Center and IUCN further note that the state parties of Kenya and Ethiopia did not provide information on the committee's request to have them engaged in a bilateral dialogue to conduct a strategic environmental assessment to review the cumulative impacts on the property of the Gibe 3 Dam and related irrigation projects in the lower Omo Valley. They reiterate their conclusion that the direct and indirect impacts of the dam are highly likely to be detrimental to the OUV of the property and therefore renew their recommendation that the World Heritage Committee inscribe this property on the list of World Heritage in danger. Mr. Chairman, IUCN also wants to intervene on this site. Thank you.
IUCN has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. IUCN recalls that the 2012 reactive monitoring mission to the property noted that the environmental impact assessment submitted by Ethiopia does not assess any impacts beyond the Ethiopian territory, and thus did not assess impacts on the property. The public consultation process also did not include communities in Kenya. In preparation of the 2012 mission, IUCN had commissioned a review of the potential hydrological impacts of the proposed Gibe 3 Dam on the outstanding universal value of the property. Based on this review, IUCN considers that the potential cumulative impacts on the property of the Gibe 3 Dam and other related developments would be significant, as detailed further in the State of Conservation report that was presented to the committee at its 36th session.
Any comments from the committee? India?
Thank you, Chair. Since this concerns two countries, Kenya and Ethiopia, we would like to give the floor to Ethiopia to ask them why the mission did not take place. Thank you.
Any other comments from the committee? Bali?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, au vu des documents qui nous ont été remis, et suite également à l'exposé de l'UNCN, je voudrais apporter certaines contributions. Et au nombre de ces contributions, je vais d'abord souligner des progrès importants qui ont été faits par l'État parti. D'abord, il y a eu un plan de gestion intégrée qui est un instrument et un outil de gestion pratique qui a été élaboré par l'État parti et c'est en vue de minimiser les éventuels dangers sur le site. Toujours concernant les efforts de l'État parti, il faut également noter que il n'y a pas eu, si vous voulez, d'impact d'exploitation aurifère sur le bien. Et pour mieux, si vous voulez, étayer ces éléments, on souhaiterait donner la parole à l'État parti du Kenya.
Senegal has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme vous le savez, cette question est extrêmement délicate et extrêmement sensible. Nous l'avions évoqué l'année dernière et effectivement, il avait été suggéré qu'un certain nombre de missions soient organisées sur le terrain pour s'assurer de visu de l'impact du barrage sur le Turkana. Mais il faut aussi tenir compte du contexte global. Ces deux pays ont traversé des périodes assez complexes cette année. L'Éthiopie a perdu son dirigeant et le Kenya était engagé dans une élection assez complexe. Je pense que l'un et l'autre expliquent le manque de réaction des deux pays par rapport à nos recommandations. Je pense qu'ils auront de toute façon à s'exprimer tout à l'heure. Nous avons discuté avec les deux parties qui sont tout à fait dans l'état d'esprit d'engager des concertations. Et je pense que nous devons donner la chance à ces deux pays de se retrouver, de permettre aux organisations consultatives de faire le travail qu'elles ont à faire et que les décisions que nous aurons à prendre ne soient pas prises sur la base du conditionnel. Parce que j'ai bien écouté le rapporteur, il a toujours parlé au conditionnel. Il faudrait que ce soit de visu, que ce soit des faits contrôlables, que ce soit des faits avérés, parce que la mise en péril est très lourde de conséquences. Donc il faut qu'on écoute aussi les États partis. Pour ce qui nous concerne, nous avons fait des propositions de modification de la résolution. Merci.
Ethiopia has the floor. Excuse me. Malaysia has a comment first.
Thank you, Chair. Further to what Senegal said, we were informed that Kenya and Ethiopia have new leadership and they should be given time to hold bilateral talks before meeting the reactive monitoring mission? Thank you.
Ethiopia has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In respect to the World Heritage Convention, the State Party of Ethiopia continues and has been working all necessary responsible measures, and particularly with regards to this issue which is in subject, all necessary technical studies like the EIA, ACIA have been generated and availed years back. And State Party of Ethiopia continued the joint consultation of the two countries. As we are neighbors and brotherly countries, we have a lot of joint projects and joint agendas, so we have scheduled joint commissions, so it has been maintained. On the contrary, with regards to inviting this joint mission of IUCN, we found it really legally difficult to proceed with the non-consistent decision made last year in St. Petersburg on the 36th session last year, where we have expressed our concern, and afterwards, when we get back home, with all these difficulties, we had another more pluses of difficulties. So it has been really difficult to invite the joint mission. So the practical way out, rather than deriving conditioned decisions, I think the bilateral discussions of the two countries, I believe, will help in optimizing any potential difficulties with regards to implementing the convention. I thank you.
Kenya has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, don't take the 2 minutes because you can see what's happening. And I want to introduce the new leadership from Kenya. We came with our cabinet secretary, the Minister of Culture, Sports and Youth, and I want him to respond to the questions that have come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This property is unique in nature because the development is taking place in Ethiopia. The impact is in Kenya. Although there's been a reactive mission to Kenya by IUCN, I think the same has not taken place in Ethiopia. But let me reiterate what has been said by the others before me. There's new leadership in both countries, both Kenya and Ethiopia. We stay committed to the tenets of this committee, but we ask for time for us to have bilateral engagement. We want to sit down with our brothers and sisters in Ethiopia and come with a middle ground, which is amicable to all of us. So, Mr. Chairman, we are asking for time so that our new leadership can absorb and understand and offer directions on this issue. And we also request for amendments to the draft decision 37, COM 7B.4. Thank you.
We go to the reporter now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On a reçu des amendements de Sénégal et de Mali. Et si on pourrait voir le projet de décision à l'écran, s'il vous plaît. ils ont proposé de barrer le paragraphe 5 . Can we have a paragraph 5? OK. Bon, l'amendement consiste, c'est que barrer le paragraphe 5. Ensuite, l'ancienne 6 devient 5. L'ancienne 7 devient 6. L'ancienne 8 devient 7. L'ancienne 9 devient 8. L'ancienne 10 devient 9 et on barre aussi le paragraphe 11 proposé par Sénégal et Mali. Ensuite, on va au paragraphe 10. Je vous lis la proposition de Sénégal et du Mali. Décide de ne pas inscrire les parcs nationaux du lac Turkana sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril pour permettre la poursuite des discussions bilatérales entre les États parties du Kenya et de l'Éthiopie sur l'impact du barrage JB sur le bien du lac Turkana. Et ensuite, le nouveau paragraphe 11, aussi proposé par Sénégal et le Mali, demande à l'État partie du Kenya, en consultation avec l'État partie de l'Éthiopie, de soumettre d'ici le 1er février 2015 un rapport sur l'état de conservation du bien et sur l'avancement dans la mise en œuvre des actions susmentionnées pour examen par le Comité du patrimoine mondial à sa 39e session en 2015. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Can we adopt the draft decision as it's amended? Amendment? No. Germany has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the proposal is to delete completely para 5. We don't agree with that because we think that the concern about the potential and certain impacts of the GB3 dam on Lake Turkana must remain, because why then should the new leadership engage in bilateral talks to resolve what? I mean, I think this has to remain. We may accept deletion of para 12, but we would like to have the state party of Ethiopia to submit to the World Heritage Center by 2014 a report, not 15. I think by 2015. This gives still enough time for the new leaderships to engage in talks and to come to some sort of conclusion, which we then will address next year. Thank you.
Serbia has the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. We are deeply concerned that monitoring mission didn't happen in Ethiopia, so we heard the explanation from the state party, and we hope that it will happen in near future. So we really support the German proposal, and especially 2014. We don't believe that 2015, it's 2 more years. Thank you.
Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous soutenons aussi la proposition de l'Allemagne justement pour ce cas d'urgence et d'importance sur l'impact de la potentiel sur la valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Merci.
The reporter. Sorry, I didn't see Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense que face à une situation aussi complexe que celle-là, il importe de se donner le temps et aussi d'analyser froidement la situation. Aujourd'hui, le barrage, il est construit, il ne va pas être détruit. Ce que nous devons essayer de savoir, c'est l'impact réel. Et cet impact, on doit se donner le temps de le mesurer, de l'évaluer et de savoir si oui ou non il a compromis la valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Le cas échéant, nous prendrons la décision qu'il sied de prendre. Je pense que vouloir exiger des deux pays qui sont en train de reconstituer leur administration, leur gouvernance, de mettre en place de nouvelles institutions, de donner un rapport dans quelques mois, n'est pas raisonnable. En conséquence, nous voudrions, si vous l'acceptez, demander à l'honorable comité de donner aux deux pays la possibilité de prendre le temps de travailler dans la sérénité et de travailler avec les organisations consultatives pour faire une évaluation objective afin de nous donner tous les moyens nécessaires pour prendre des décisions justifiées et argumentées en 2015.
South Africa, and then Mali.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to support Senegal on the issue that decision number 11, that the state parties should be, both state parties should be given more time. This is based on also the presentations that were made by both Kenya and Ethiopia, that they are engaging in discussions. We know very well of a potential conflict that takes place if discussions don't happen properly. And I think giving it a bit more time to allow for those discussions, which will both be environmental and political as well, to solve environmental issues, I think we ought to allow a little bit more time. That's why I support for the decision to be moved to 2015. Thank you.
Mali has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je reprends ici les termes de Amadi Bokoum, l'honorable représentant du Sénégal, qui dit qu'on a toujours parlé au conditionnel. Effectivement, dans l'exposé, et même jusqu'ici, on ne parle qu'au conditionnel. On parle de danger potentiel. On parle de danger éventuel. Donc, du point de vue scientifique, il n'y a pas eu d'abord cette étude d'impact environnemental qui pourrait nous aider à évaluer l'impact, si vous voulez, du barrage sur les biens. Pour cette raison fondamentale, et compte tenu également de la volonté politique affichée par les deux États partis, il serait raisonnable de leur donner un peu plus de temps. Je vous remercie.
Stony has the floor.
Thank you for the floor. We surely support bilateral negotiations, but once again, we don't see no reason why not to observe the situation closely. And even the process takes time, it's good to be aware of it. And therefore, we also support the original draft decision to make this state of conservation report in 2014. Thank you.
Mexico.
Gracias, señor presidente. Venimos trabajando este tema ya 2 años. Creo que no le conviene al comité y no le conviene tampoco a los Estados parte que sigamos alargando este tema y que sí se acate la decisión de que den su informe en 2014. Creo que eso es en beneficio de la buena implementación de esta convención. Gracias.
Senegal has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes très nombreux à fréquenter ce comité depuis des années. Et vous savez, comme moi, qu'il y a des questions qui opposent des États qui sont au calendrier grec depuis des années. Je pense qu'il faut être dans le parallélisme des formes. Je ne citerai aucun exemple, mais je pense que le comité a toujours eu la sagesse, quand deux pays sont en conflit sur des questions de patrimoine, de prendre la bonne décision, celle qui consiste à leur donner le temps de la concertation, de la négociation. Je ne peux pas comprendre qu'on puisse donner depuis des années, depuis parfois des décennies, à certains le temps de se concerter pour prendre des décisions et qu'on le refuse à ces deux pays africains. Je ne peux pas comprendre ça.
Colombia has the floor, and then Malaysia.
Gracias, señor presidente. Yo quisiera recordar que este tema se viene tratando en el comité desde hace varios años y permanentemente se está comentando que los dos estados parte requieren más tiempo. Consideramos nosotros que es prudente que ese informe se presente en 2014. Además, quisiera anotar que no está dentro del lenguaje que habitualmente usamos el decidir no inscribir en la lista del patrimonio mundial. Es decir, se decide inscribir o se elimina el párrafo. Gracias.
Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have heard from the African states parties, and I think they know the situation in their country best. So I would suggest that we give them the time that they need, and we could probably monitor in between. WHC, the center, could maybe ask them for developments, but I think they need time for their bilateral discussions before the mission. Thank you.
Germany.
I would like to recall that the draft decision also proposes to decide to inscribe the site on the list of World Heritage in danger, and this on good grounds. I mean, Germany could agree on deleting para 11, provided para 12 would be kept. Thank you.
India has the floor, and then South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. India would like to propose on the para 11 a slight modification because the term, this phrase, decides not to inscribe is not the usual way we phrase decisions. What we want to propose is if it could be changed to urges the state parties to allow for the completion of the ongoing bilateral talks. And we delete decides not to till danger. Thank you. It's for the para 11 on top. We delete decides not to inscribe Lake Turkana till danger, and we just say urges the state parties to allow the completion of the ongoing bilateral talks between the state parties of Kenya and Ethiopia on the impact of JB Dam on the Lake Turkana.
South Africa has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to appeal to the wisdom of this committee. to first be consistent with the decision it's made before. Not so long ago, during this same session, a similar decision to postpone to a later time because of conflict was taken. Conflict situation, I'm sure you will know, is not a regular thing like other things, and sometimes just being impatient would result in a situation which we cannot solve thereafter. A decision was taken, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, on a conflict situation, and recognizing that conflict situations sometimes make it difficult for people to even discuss technical issues and solve them. So I would insist on leaving it, the report to be submitted in 2015 and not earlier.
Mali has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense qu'il faut donner suffisamment de temps aux deux États pour se consulter. Et ça ne sert à rien de dire, bon, en 2014, il faut fournir ceci, cela, parce que personne ne maîtrise le calendrier, les relations bilatérales entre ces deux États. Donc il faut absolument mettre suffisamment, enfin, au moins, attendre au moins 2015 pour demander au Kenya de présenter quelque chose. C'est extrêmement important, parce que c'est une question à la fois politique et de gouvernance.
Mexico has the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Quisiera comentar, y que no lo tomen a mal nuestros colegas de Sudáfrica o mis colegas de Malí, no es que seamos impacientes. El problema es que la degradación de un bien natural o la destrucción de un sitio cultural no se detienen. Y si nosotros posponemos este tipo de decisiones, la destrucción de estos bienes va a proseguir. Ese es, creo que, uno de los puntos que hay que tomar en cuenta. Muchas gracias.
Algérie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Là, nous venons de nous inspirer donc d'un projet de décision donc, pris en Albanie qui est, disons, formulé de la manière suivante. Peut-être que ça pourrait régler notre problème. Je lis, soumettre d'ici 2014, d'ici le 1er février 2014 et le 1er février 2015, respectivement des rapports dont l'examen se fera à la 39e session en 2015. Ça pourrait donc régler cette question.
France has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous nous rallions à la proposition algérienne qui nous semble tout à fait équilibrée et mesurée.
We now go to the reporter. Switzerland has a comment.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous voulons souligner encore une fois l'urgence des problèmes de ce site. Attendre une année de plus pourrait être l'année de trop. Et cette solution de l'Algérie cause exactement la même chose, c'est que l'année prochaine, on ne pourrait pas en discuter. Et un rapport pour l'année 2014 est une chose vraiment minimum qu'on peut demander dans un cas d'urgence comme celui-ci, qui était à la base demandé pour inscription sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril, je rappelle. Merci.
Reporter? Ah, no, wait.
Chair Malaysia would suggest a compromise where by the next session, Kenya and Ethiopia will provide us with a report on their progress. But the report itself to be submitted in 2015.
We go to the reporter now? Yes, we do.
Bon, selon les discussions jusqu'à présent, je vois que les pays qui demandent le rapport en 2014 pourraient vivre avec ne pas inscrire sur la liste en danger. Donc je pense que là-dessus, on pourrait peut-être faire un compromis et prendre la proposition de Malaisie. Ça veut dire aussi donner un rapport jusqu'à 1er février 2014 si les autres pays sont d'accord, qui sera examiné et soit c'est à vous à décider 2015 ou 2014. Mais de toute façon, on a besoin, le besoin est exprimé d'avoir le plus tôt possible, à cause du danger qui se présente, un rapport, donc par plusieurs pays. Donc on pourrait vous proposer ça si vous êtes bien d'accord.
Sénégal?
Oui, le Sénégal appuie cette bonne synthèse qui nous permet d'avoir un état des lieux en 2014 et la possibilité d'analyser toutes les situations pour prendre une décision en 2015. Merci.
Serbia?
Thank you, Chairperson. So we thought that we are aware of the situation, but because of the urgency of situation, 2015 is again too late. So if possible to have that in 2014, because it was discussed for a few years before during the sessions. Thank you.
United Arab Emirates.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أعتقد بعد ما أشارت إليه المقررة وتدخل مندوب السنغال أصبحت الفكرة مقبولة للمقترحين للطرفين. عرض تقرير يوصف ما وصلت إليه المفاوضات بين الدولتين وإجراءات المطلوبة، وبالتالي البت في هذا التقرير في 2015.
Algérie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je voudrais revenir à la proposition que la France et nous-mêmes avons faite et voudrais comprendre, peut-être que les conseillères juridiques pourraient m'éclairer. Lorsqu'un dossier est soumis en février de chaque année, régulièrement, selon les procédures régulières, il y a une liste de biens qui ne sont pas soumis à discussion et des biens qui sont soumis. Est-ce que, lors de la soumission des rapports et lors de l'envoi donc de tous les rapports au moment de l'envoi par le Centre du patrimoine mondial, Tous les États sont au courant donc des décisions qui sont prises et des rapports qui sont faits. Le rapport qui serait envoyé en 2014 par le Kenya serait publié. Un État qui serait intéressé pour le discuter, considérant l'urgence ou la menace, pourrait demander à le discuter dans le cas que nous proposons.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En réponse à la question de la distinguée déléguée de l'Algérie, je crois que ça, ce n'est pas vraiment une question juridique. Je pense que c'est mieux que le secrétariat du centre vous explique la procédure suivie. Merci beaucoup.
Director. Thank you, President. It is a procedural issue. Here we are asking for a progress report to be presented in 2014 and a state of conservation report in 2015. But consideration by the committee has been desired only at the 39th session, which will mean 2015. Unless the committee considers the progress report in 2014, there will not be a decision that the state party will be asked to follow up on. So perhaps you can say that the progress report submitted in 2014 should be considered by the 38th session in 2014, and a final state of conservation report to be submitted in 2015 will be considered by the 39th session. So you would require consideration by the committee in both years. Thank you, Chair.
Algérie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ce serait bien de rédiger que le comité pourrait l'examiner à la 38e session, le rapport de situation.
Germany.
We fully support that suggestion. The progress report to be examined next year, the full report the year after. Thanks.
South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's just a clarification question on my part. How would the progress report be different from a state of the conservation report if it comes to the committee? Because the committee can make rulings that are serious on the progress report itself. What difference would it make? Because immediately it comes to the committee, it more or less has the same effect as being reported in 2014. Just a clarification on my part.
Director has the floor.
Thank you, President. I guess this is the intention of the committee, that they wanted a progress report to be submitted. The difference is in the structure. A state of conservation report that a state party submits is in a particular format, which spells out the potential impacts and what actions are being taken to mitigate them, and progress report on the decisions adopted by the committee, etc. In this case, it would merely be a progress on the negotiations or the work that is being done to advance with the intent of the committee. It will not perhaps reach its logical conclusion by 1st February of 2014. It would spell out what actions have been taken or are proposed to be taken in the coming year. So in that effect, the committee would be apprised of the progress that is being made towards this ultimate decision that the committee would adopt in 2015, perhaps. It's just a possibility.
Mali has the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je pense que la dernière proposition faite par le directeur du Centre du patrimoine mondial, c'est vraiment consensuel. Il s'agit de faire le report progress en 2014 et de demander un état de conservation en 2015. Donc ça prend en compte les différentes préoccupations des uns et des autres. Merci.
Do we agree what's on the screen written down? Hmm? Do we? Oops. Does the committee agree with this formulation? Algeria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous proposons d'ajouter un rapport sur l'état d'avancement. Sur l'état d'avancement. Merci.
Malaysia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Request the State Party of Kenya, in consultation with the State Party of Ethiopia, to submit a progress report by 1st February 2014 and a full a state of conservation report by 1st February 2015 for examination at its 39th session.
Everybody had agreed on the examination on the 38th. For examination on the 38th session. Can we adopt this paragraph 11? So paragraph 11 is adopted. The reporter.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, c'est le paragraphe dont on s'est mis d'accord. C'est pour nous le plus important. Donc, il nous reste d'adopter les autres et de nettoyer le texte. Donc, on va aller au début de la décision, s'il vous plaît. Si vous pouvez monter l'écran pour voir. Est-ce qu'on peut adopter le
And let's adopt 1, 2, and 3. Go to 4. 4 can be adopted. Five.
Germany, Switzerland, Estonia.
Germany and then Switzerland.
Obviously, here we don't have a consensus yet. We would like to keep the paragraph. The concern must be kept. I mean, why the whole decision makes not much sense without this paragraph. Thank you.
Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous voudrions soutenir l'Allemagne dans ça. Ce paragraphe est la clé qui explique justement la préoccupation et la mise en danger de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du site et doit être gardée. Merci.
Estonia.
Thank you. We also see that it's absolutely essential to keep this paragraph as I put it thirdly, it's the very essence of this decision. Thank you.
Serbia.
So we also believe that this paragraph should stay.
Senegal.
Ben, le Sénégal pense que ce paragraphe n'a plus de sens parce que le barrage est déjà une réalité. Chez nous, on a une expression qui dit « béhué ne mousse », c'est-à-dire que la brebis s'est déjà emparée du sachet. Donc c'est fait, ce qu'il faut voir, ce sont les conséquences maintenant. Donc on peut le maintenir, mais c'est de nul effet en ce moment.
Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. I think we agree that it should be kept.
Colombia.
Consideramos que también se debe mantener. Gracias.
Cambodia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous pensons également pouvoir le conserver.
Additional information from the State Party on the implementation of Decision 36-8B43, in particular in relation to the implementation of the commitments made by the State Party in its letter of the 1st of July 2012. In terms of the inclusion of additional valuable wildlife forest area to compensate for the area which has been removed from the property at the last session, the State Party notes that the Undeule Forest Reserve, together with the Marangandu Wildlife Management Area, are protected areas adjacent to the property, which act as a buffer zone to protect its outstanding universal value. However, the report provides no information on efforts to include these areas into the property, as had been announced in the letter of 1st of July 2012. In terms of the protection of the Selous-Niassa corridor, the State Party notes that it is negotiating a new project for the area with the government of Germany, and it also notes that the Wildlife Conservation Act of 2009 now makes it possible to give a protective status to wildlife corridors, and that this process is underway for the Selous-Niassa corridor. The State Party affirms its commitment not to develop mining activities within the property following the exclusion of the Mkuyu River mining site, and also confirms that agreements are under preparation with the mining companies to ensure they will contribute to the conservation of the site. It further notes that the process of establishing the Tanzanian Wildlife Authority is underway and should be completed by November of this year. Once the authority is established, it will benefit from 100% revenue retention. The State Party further reaffirms that development activities within the property will be undertaken in accordance with the operational guidelines, but did not provide any further details on the Stiegler's Gorge hydroelectric project. In terms of the request of the committee in relation to the Mkuju mining project, the State Party provides the following information. It notes that it has formed a team of experts from various sectors to monitor the mining, but provides no details on the environment management and monitoring plan of the mining project. It notes that regulations are under preparation,
which will clearly establish the responsibilities of the government and the mining company for the integrity of the reserve. It further assures that mining activities will be carried out in accordance with the International Atomic Energy Agency rules, and notes that efforts to strengthen the conservation of the overall Greater Cellus ecosystem are underway, but did not provide any information on the proposal for extension of the property, which the committee requested to be submitted by 1st of February 2013. In view of this additional information, the World Heritage Center and IUCN are proposing a revised draft decision, which has been distributed in the room, and IUCN also has some comments to make on this site. Thank you.
IUCN.
Chair, IUCN remains concerned about the Stiegler's Gorge and Kidunda Dam projects, which would have clear impacts on the outstanding universal value of the property if they are to proceed. IUCN is also deeply concerned about elephant poaching in the property and notes that recent results of the monitoring of illegal killing of elephants project clearly show a significant increase in the proportion of illegally killed elephants from 2002 to 2011, with 64% of non-elephant carcasses in 2011 being a result of poaching. IUCN recommends that the committee urge the state party to submit the report on poaching that has under preparation to the World Heritage Center as soon as possible, including data that supports the state party's statement that poaching of elephants has significantly decreased since the introduction of its new anti-poaching program. Thank you, Chair.
Any comments from the committee? Germany?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, first of all, to IUCN and World Heritage Center for the report. And as the distinguished committee members may have noted, Germany is still taking great interest in that site. And we are happy that the well-known Frankfurt Zoological Society will be working with the Tanzanian authorities on the effective management capacity in that important site. As you may recall from last year's session, Germany has been active in finding a good compromise for that site in Selu, which we still think is one of the very important sites in Africa. And we would kindly ask the state party of Tanzania to give us a clear indication about the envisaged boundary modification, which it's committed to in at last year's session, and which is referred to in the decision 8B 43 from last year. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Senegal?
Oui, Monsieur le Président, ce qui a été dit est assez préoccupant. C'est pourquoi nous voudrions avoir l'avis de l'État partie avant de nous faire une opinion. Merci.
Tanzania? The mic's not working, so maybe you have to move to one that's working.
Thank you. Chairperson, distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first of all to thank you, Chairperson, for having given me the floor to say a few words on the State of Conservation Report of Selu Game Reserve. On behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania, And on my own behalf, I would also like to thank the members of the World Heritage Committee for their understanding of the various challenges facing the Selous Game Reserve. I would also like to express my gratitude to the UNESCO World Heritage Center and the advisory body, IUCN, for the cooperation we have received from them. Selous Game Reserve still remains one of the largest protected areas in the world, covering about 50,000 square kilometers, even after the excision of 0.08% of its area to allow for the mining of uranium around Mkuju River. The state party has been facing several conservation challenges due to its enormous size and the pressures for the development because of vast richness in natural resources, particularly minerals, hydrocarbon resources, water, both hydroelectric power and the water supply potential. Various measures are now being put in place by the state party to address these challenges, including the provision of adequate financial resources by reinstating the financial retention scheme, establishing the Wildlife Authority by November 2013, and a financial contribution by Mkuju River project to address the need for effective conservation and management of the property, as well as tackle the socio-economic challenges facing the impoverished communities surrounding the area. Further to that, a process has been initiated to provide additional land to compensate for the excised land of the property. On the other hand, the state party, in collaboration with the government of Mozambique, is stepping up the protection of the Selous-Niassa corridor, which it considers crucial for sustaining the ecological integrity of the property. While aware of the development pressures facing the property, the state party will strive to strike a balance between conservation and development, and will inform the World Heritage Center and the World Heritage Committee before undertaking any development project in accordance with the paragraph 172 of the operational guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. In this regard, the state party wishes to invite a joint World Heritage Center and the IUCN reactive monitoring mission to assess the state of conservation of the Selous Game Reserve. Lastly, Chairman, I would like to assure the World Heritage Committee that the United Republic of Tanzania is committed to meet its obligation under the convention. I thank you for listening. I wish to submit.
Germany has any comment? Can the reporter, can we go to the draft decision?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. On a reçu un amendement de la Suisse au paragraphe 6. Et je vous propose d'abord de voir cet amendement. Je peux lire le paragraphe 6. Pris également l'État partie de mettre en œuvre les recommandations de la mission de suivi réactif de 2010 ainsi que son engagement en faveur de la conservation concernant la modification mineure de limites accordées pour la mine d'uranium de Mikuju, comme le demandait la décision 36-8B43, par l'ajout de zones de forêt de valeur et à finaliser la compensation de territoires conformément aux procédures légales du pays, y compris la publication au journal officiel. Ce serait le seul amendement qu'on ait reçu jusqu'à présent, et s'il n'y a rien à rajouter, si tous les pays sont d'accord, on pourrait passer au numéro 1, s'il vous plaît.
With that amendment, can we adopt the draft decision with the number 37,7B7 revised? We adopt the decision. Mr. Debonnet.
Thank you. With your permission, I will read out the remaining sites in the African continent, the natural sites that are proposed for the adoption without further discussion. These are the Mount Kenya National Park Natural Forest in Kenya, Decision 37-7B3, Lake Malawi in Malawi, Decision 37-7B5, and Vredefort Dome in South Africa, Decision 37-7B6. Thank you.
Can we adopt the list he just read? Adopt the decision? Mr. Debonnet, we can now go to the Arab States region.
Thank you. The site to be discussed is Bangdagan National Park in Mauritania. I understand that this site was requested for opening by India. We have no further information since the production of the State of Conservation report, so we are at disposal for responding to the questions of India.
India, you have the floor. It was requested by
Chair, let me clarify because we have been through this in the morning. Based on informal consultations, including with the state party concerned, we arrived at a list of properties or sites which were not to be discussed but adopted without discussion. This is not one of them, so I would presume that this site be taken on for discussion. No, I'm not.
The reporter.
On a reçu un... Pardon. On a reçu un projet de décision amendé par Irak et on est prêt à vous le montrer sur l'écran. C'est dans la... Voilà. Le paragraphe 3. On a biffé une partie de paragraphe, donc je vous lis tel qu'amendé. Félicite l'État partie pour la rapidité de sa réponse à la lettre du Centre du patrimoine mondial et pour la gestion exemplaire du bien. Ensuite, numéro 4, au lieu de texte proposé par le secrétariat, on a demande à l'État partie de prendre toutes les mesures nécessaires pour s'assurer que les activités minières du bien n'ont pas un impact négatif sur sa valeur universelle exceptionnelle et réitère que les activités minières et la prospection et exploitation du pétrole et du gaz sont incompatibles avec le statut de bien du patrimoine mondial. 5, on garde celui qui était proposé. 6, aussi on garde le paragraphe proposé par le secrétariat. Numéro 7, on a un changement. Je lis « Encourage l'État partie à continuer de fournir des ressources matérielles et financières appropriées aux autorités du parc afin de prévenir la pêche illégale à l'intérieur du bien et dans son environnement immédiat. » Numéro 8, on a aussi un amendement. « Encourage par ailleurs l'État partie à inviter une mission de suivi réactif » et après ça, c'est la même chose. Ce n'est pas un grand changement. Et à la fin, il y a un changement dont on... Le 9, demande enfin à l'État partie de soumettre au Centre du patrimoine mondial d'ici le février, donc ça il y a un changement au lieu de 2014-2015, un rapport sur l'état de conservation du bien, y compris un rapport sur l'avancement de la mise en œuvre des demandes qui précèdent, pour l'examen par le Comité du patrimoine mondial à sa 39e session en 2015. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
India?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out that we've dealt with this problem before, where you have a reactive monitoring mission which will take place in the not so distant future. But you therefore cannot request the state party to file a state of conservation report for discussion in 2014, because the reactive monitoring mission will take place over the next few months. The results would be available to the state party over the next 6 or 8 months, and then they have till February to file the report. Now that's not something that's feasible. So I just want to point out that this inconsistency will come time and again, and I think we should follow a general practice. Where there's a reactive monitoring mission, then please give time to the state party to react to the reactive monitoring mission.
Can we adopt the decision as amendment? Switzerland?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes tout à fait d'accord avec l'Inde, nos collègues de l'Inde, et pour la date en 2015. Par contre, nous proposons d'utiliser les phrases comme on fait normalement. On demande d'inviter une mission et on n'encourage pas généralement. C'est les mots qu'on utilise généralement. Merci.
Can you repeat so we're sure about your proposal? The reporter didn't quite get it.
Non, oui. Je crois que je connais le problème. Donc, on n'a pas, d'habitude, on n'utilise pas le mot encourager ici, mais demande. C'est ça, en fait. Donc, il faut que les membres du comité se prononcent sur ça. Voilà.
With those changes, can we adopt?
Decision number 37,7B8.
Decision 37,7B8. Adopted. Mr. Devane?
So to finalize the list of properties in the Arab states, natural properties, apart from Bangladesh, there was one other property which was proposed for adoption without discussion. This is the Socotra Archipelago in Yemen, decision 37,7B9.
Can we adopt the decision without discussion? 37,7B9. Adopted. Germany, what is the state of the discussion on virgin Kami forest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The discussion group, or drafting group, could not meet because we were all engaged in discussion up to now, but we'll ensure that we meet as soon as the discussion on natural properties is finished so the experts can meet and sit together.
Okay, we'll do that tomorrow then. We're now moving on to the mixed site in the Latin American and Caribbean region, and I would like to give the floor to the representative of India to explain us the reason wishes to discuss Machu Picchu.
Thank you, Chair. This is in a list of 3 for which the reporting was to be in 2014. Now, of the 3, well, in Latin America, there's only 1, and we would like to open it for discussion for that reason. So I would request that the discussion be opened for committee members to respond. Thank you.
Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The State of Conservation report for the historic sanctuary of Machu Picchu, Peru, was submitted by the State Party on 31st January 2013. The report can be found in document 37.7b addendum. After the submission of the State of Conservation report, the World Heritage Center received additional information from the State Party. The retrospective statement of outstanding universal value has been finalized for the property. This statement is submitted for approval by the committee at the present session under item 8E of the agenda. No other information has been received from the State Party. The draft decision for this State of Conservation report can be found in page 89 for the English version and page 95 for the French version. I think ICOMOS has some comments on this report.
ICOMOS has the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. The advisory bodies would like to acknowledge the information provided by the State Party during this session of the committee, and we will evaluate it as soon as time permits. The state of conservation of this property has been brought to the attention of the committee each year for the past 14 years. As noted in the report submitted for consideration, many of the requests made by the World Heritage Committee have remained largely unaddressed, with actions still at planning stages or only partially implemented. Certain threats have increased since 2009. For instance, unregulated construction and the increase in visitors' numbers without a comprehensive public use plan in place. The main issues affecting the property, management effectiveness, the western access, risk management, and governance have been recognized by the committee in previous sessions, and several measures have been adopted to address them. These include the Emergency Action Plan in 2009 and the establishment of an international support panel in 2011. It was expected that these measures would have positive effects in reducing threats to the property, but so far progress has been limited. Although prioritized and budgeted recommendations have been made by the advisory mission of May 2012, no precise action plan with timeframes or cost has been developed to allow the committee to envisage when existing conditions can expect to be improved. The draft decision calls for strong and decisive actions to address persistent and long-standing threats so that no further erosion of the outstanding universal value of the property continues to occur. The advisory bodies consider that the confirmation of an international support panel, as well as implementation of the proposed 6 actions, will constitute a crucial benchmark for the property. They also note that addressing the existing conditions will require sustained efforts and commitment over time. The advisory bodies reiterate their willingness to work with the State Party to identify the best means to assist in the implementation of the actions proposed in the draft decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any comments from the committee? Colombia.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Sobre este punto, la delegación de Colombia ha presentado a la Secretaría algunas enmiendas al proyecto de decisión. Entonces, sobre este punto, la delegación de Colombia ha presentado algunas enmiendas al proyecto de decisión, así que en el momento en que usted nos indique para revisar el mismo, procederíamos a presentarlas. Gracias.
We go to the reporter.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On a des amendements proposés par la Colombie, comme cela a été dit. Est-ce qu'on a la décision sur l'écran? Oui, s'il vous plaît. Numéro 8. Para 8. OK. Je estime également qu'en absence de mise en œuvre des actions ci-dessus mentionnées, constatées par la, au lieu de mettre 39e session du Comité du patrimoine mondial, en 2015, les effets cumulatifs des menaces identifiées et de longue date auraient un impact irréversible sur le bien afin de considérer l'inscription du bien sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril par le Comité du patrimoine mondial à sa 39e session en 2015. Et aussi dans le paragraphe 9, aussi un changement de date et de session, bien sûr, c'est à la fin demande au Comité patrimoine mondial au lieu de à sa 38e, à sa 39e session en 2015 au lieu 2014. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Does the committee agree with those changes? Shall we adopt the draft decision? Draft decision 37, 7B 35. Adopted. We are going to close the session for today. It's 7 o'clock, but before you go, there's some announcements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Minister of Culture and Fine Arts of Cambodia requests the honor of your presence at the Cambodia's photo exhibition, Heritage, Nature and People, which starts on the first floor with the arrival of the invited guests at 7:15, and which continues on the fourth floor with the exhibition here in the Peace Palace in the east wing on the fourth floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.